WSCF Vero Beach. Christian FM.
Vero Nation Network and Christian FM Sports presents Countdown to Kickoff. Brought to you by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
3, 2, 1.
Get ready for Vero football. Christian FM Sports brings you the insights into the Fighting Indians with Matt Paris, Bobby Paris, Ronnie Self, Gary Paris. Now, the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Hey, Vero Nation, welcome to another round of the playoffs. It is the Region 3 semifinals taking place here tonight at the Citrus Bowl at Billy Livings Field. We're getting set. Countdown to kickoff is here. We're glad that you have joined us here as we get set for tonight's matchup against Melbourne High School. Along with Dr. Matt Paris and Gary Paris, I'm Paul Tipton, and welcome as we've got a little extended pregame show here tonight. So we thought we'd just kind of sit around, three knuckleheads talking about some football here tonight. Oh, you're not the knucklehead? Nothing to say, right?
Nothing to say.
Wow, there's a first. All right, you see it here first here on YouTube. Gary Paris has nothing to say.
No, that was meant like no comment on that.
Oh, no comment. I got it. All right, guys. So we were talking about, a lot of different things that we could talk about here tonight. First and foremost, let's talk about tonight's game. We'll set the stage a little bit. You got Vero Beach coming in here. They're going to be hosting. They earned the right as the top seed in this region. Melbourne's coming in. They beat Centennial last week on Saturday afternoon. They've earned the right to be here in the semifinals. These teams kind of match up in number-wise. There's a lot of similarities. Gary, when you look at this team, Melbourne, what do you think about them?
I think I look at it like they're a very solid team. They come in with a 9-2 record. They lost their opening game against Mineola, and then later on in the year they lost to Cocoa, which a lot of teams had. They played a tough schedule. But they've won the games they had to. They were 3-0 in the district. Then they get into the first round, and they do a really good job of playing football in the first round. I like what I saw with them. They're very talented, very good team. And I tell you what, they're very disciplined, too, as a ball club. So you see those little things like that, and you say to yourself, now I know why they're 9-2.
Yeah, 7 out of the 10 teams that they've played on their schedule in the regular season are in the playoffs or have been in the playoffs this season. And so, yeah, they've played some quality opponents. Matt, when you look at them on film, what do you see?
So one thing that stands out, Paul, is that this is 2 weeks in a row. They are a senior-heavy team, just like Harmony was. We're seeing that. The quarterback's a senior, your running back's a senior, wide receivers a senior. You got some D-line, the linebackers. When you see that transitions into the film, that's the discipline we see. Mm-hmm. That discipline we see on the offense of taking what's given to you, and the defense, the discipline on the defense is that knowing when to blitz, how to blitz, when to disguise, and they do a good job of disguising coverages. That's when you have a heavy senior-laden team. That's what scares me a little bit, going back to your last question to Gary.
Gary, defensively for the Bulldogs, they're led by their linebacker, 32. It's Logan Barnhill. He is a beast. He's got another mate as a linebacker that they bring it when the Bulldogs hit the field. They
come after it, and this is the thing that I would do is if I were coaching their defense, you've got a young quarterback that has just only had a couple starts under his belt, and you got a guy that you would like to send. Well, Barnhill and his defense, look for them to blitz. They have a lot of tackles for losses. They have a lot of sacks. They got like 28 or 29 sacks this season. They got a bunch of tackles for losses. And Barnhill's the reason they got a lot of those because his ability to blitz. He reads the linebacker. They play a 3-4 style of defensive front. But then they walk up their linebackers and look for and as Matt said earlier about disguising, they'll disguise. One guy will look like he's going to blitz, the other one will back up, and then the other one comes flying instead of the one that came up and teased the quarterback. So you got to be prepared for all that. But they do a great job. I think their strength is on their defensive side of the ball. They come in averaging 23 or 4 points a game. But
offensively.
Offensively, and they only give up about 15 or 16 points a game.
Yeah.
So that's a solid team. Their defense, to me, is their strength.
Matt, as a quarterback, when you hear Gary talking about what he thinks the defense will bring to the table, what do you think Coach Jay is going to try to dial up for Jake Whiteley and E.J. White?
That's how my mind was working. As soon as he was saying that, I'm going, all right, so how do you offset the blitzes and do that?
Yeah.
Well, screens, quick game. That's how you do that. All right, when the ball's getting out of his hand quickly, that completely shuts down, because now what you've taken is when those linebackers are coming, you're taking them out of the coverage, okay? So, and they don't have a chance to get to it because it's so quickly with a quick game. That's what I do if I'm Coach Jay. That's how I kind of work it. I'm going to hit that as quick as I can and neutralize those guys.
Gary, we kept talking about through the course of this season, when do we feel like Vero Beach might peak? When are they going to play their best game? What do you think? Have we seen the best out of Vero at this point?
That's a good question, but because of the injuries, then you factor all that in. I still go back to the Palmetto game, and I thought maybe Palmetto was probably the best game we played at that time. Then right after the Palmetto, we started getting some injuries. So I kept thinking, well, we still got a good game in our system. Beating Treasure Coast with a backup quarterback was a big game. That was a big game. I really thought that Vero played as one of his finest games with a handicap situation. It's hard to stick a 5'9", 135-pound quarterback that hasn't had a whole lot of snaps, put him in against one of the best teams in this area, and watch him just maneuver the ball down the field and really lead us to a victory of a close game, but led us to a victory. So I think that maybe, again, we're still waiting to see that, but I really think tonight's going to have to be one of those games to beat this Melbourne team.
Totally agree. And last week, Matt, we watched the two quarterback system between Jake Whiteley and E.J. White, and and it wasn't just about if E.J. was in; it was all going to be run. We saw him throw the ball a little bit too. I think
that I think my comment to that kind of goes back to the other thing, peaking. I think that with these two young men, they're going to get better each week.
Yeah.
So they're going to get more reps in practice. They're going to get more reps under the lights. And so things calm down. The game starts slowing down. So in the offense, I think we potentially could see us get a little bit better each week, barring some injuries that, might take some guys out. But we can do that because we lost Tyler. Now we see that. Defense is doing good. I think the defense is it peaked again in that Treasure Coast, and they continue to do well, and we're going to need to have them continue doing well. But I think that the offensive side, we can still see us getting a little better each week potentially.
I like how you're saying each week. There's a lot of optimism in that.
Well, I think it's like I just you go to the guy that's he goes out for track and he's high jumping 6 feet, but he came out late because he's a basketball guy, and all of a sudden he gets to the districts and he's going 6'4", then he's going 6'6", because he hasn't peaked yet, because he's just now. Well, when you have quarterbacks that haven't got a lot of play time, now all of a sudden, if the further we can go, I think they will get better.
Well, by his optimism, it sounds like we might be going a few more weeks, so I like that.
I like it. Yeah, I do too. But I tell you what, before that, you've got a quarterback at Melbourne right now that has a dual threat ability.
He does.
Yeah.
Great running quarterback and a passer too. He can go. He challenges you to go with his dual threat. A great running back, over 1,000 yards rushing. You've got a quarterback that's thrown for over 1,400 to 1,500 yards.
Almost 1,800.
Almost 1,800.
Yeah.
That's over 14.
It is over.
Okay.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah, right. 1,800 yards, and he's rushed for several hundred yards too. So you put those together, that makes a dual threat. That's very challenging because you can run the RPOs.
Yep.
And that's what you look for a quarterback like that.
Yeah, and doing the homework, Gary, I mean, he has run for, I think, 436 yards on the season. Guess what? 4 times he has run for over 100 yards. So it looks almost like, Matt, one key for this defense is let's keep that running back or that quarterback under 100 yards.
You have to contain him, and then the way you do that with a 3-4 defense, what Coach Mata likes to run is the ends are the keys to that. They can't get sucked up inside. They've got to be able to. You can make your moves, but you got to make sure you keep him contained, because once he gets to the outside, then you're shot. Or if the ends get too wide, then they're coming too wide, he'll just take off and run. But he first and foremost, watching him, he likes to throw, and then if it's a breakdown, he can run the ball, and he does it very well. Again, he's a senior, he understands the offense, he's been running the offense, and he's a key to their success.
Interesting enough, too, this is going to be probably another one of those teams, folks, where you're going to see time of possession be a big deal for the Melbourne Bulldogs, because they do have a running back that's rushed for over 1,000 yards. His longest run on the season, 13 yards. So that tells you they just like 4-5 yards at a time. They're just going to plod their way down the field. Hopefully that defense for Vero Beach can stop them, force 3 and outs, and limit the mistakes. And we'll see what can happen here in just a little bit. We're going to step aside. We'll come back, talk a little bit more football here. It's countdown to kickoff as we get set for the Region State semifinals. We'll have more right after this.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and 4th-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856, and their site is McCallAgencyInc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
More countdown to kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Well, the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livings Field, is the home for the Fighting Indians. It's also the site tonight for the Region 3 semifinals. It matches up Melbourne Bulldogs and your own Vero Beach Fighting Indians. The Bulldogs come in here as the 4th-seeded team, and Vero Beach the number 1-seeded team. Going into this season, we talked a little bit through the course of the season about this playoff system. How does it work? Who can be number 1? Who's number 8? How does that all factor in? Well, it's an RPI, which is basically a power ranking. That is, the FHSAA comes up with that, but they use Max Preps as a way to get that number. And there's been some interesting conversations, and I don't want to say total controversy yet, but it definitely brings a lot of questions to the table because there's a secret mathematical formula that nobody knows about that Max Preps won't allow anybody to know that ultimately generates this power ranking. So it brings in some interesting questions as we've all been studying this, the rankings since they started posting them early in the season, trying to figure out exactly what is that secret mathematical formula. We totally haven't figured it out yet, but one thing seems to be evident. Strength of schedule is a big factor with your power ranking, Gary.
It is, and it's not fair. When I say that, it's not fair for coaches to know how to schedule your games if based on a factor that they don't. It's a blind factor in there somewhere. In there, there's a blind factor. And again, you'd like to know what they're looking at. Scores have nothing to do with it, supposedly. But the strength of schedule, and then there's some other secret ingredient that blends it in there that makes it what it's supposed to be, they think, this year. So, I mean, I would be very upset if I were a coach, and I would put my complaint to the Florida High School Athletic Association and say, hey, look, why can't we know
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand why people can't know about it, because if points don't matter, meaning the point differential in a game, if that doesn't matter, Matt, then why does it matter whether or not people know what that formula is? Because then there's no opportunity to try to run up scores to increase your power ranking.
And that's the mystery. That is it really is. It's when you look at the college and how they do the BCS, at least you have the college, the athletic directors or whoever's involved. They understand sports. Right now you have Max Preps, which is a company that, they cover all the sports. But whoever the powers to be at Max Preps, we have no idea who that is, whether they follow, they got the baseball or, football gurus or not. Whatever their eye candy test is, that's seems like to be the biggest factor, because
Agreed.
Your preseason rankings are huge. So you take a team like Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast goes 3-6 on the year. Okay. Now the 6 teams they lost to were all high-ranked teams.
Yeah.
Right. With that being said, the 3 teams they beat were our district opponents. They make the playoffs. Not only do they make the playoffs, you would think that they were probably the 8th seed. They weren't the 8th seed. They weren't the 7th seed. So it was at some point there was a group, and we don't know how many that is. That could be 1 dude, 2 dudes, 3 people, who knows, that's really making the decisions. And when you're a coach and you have no idea how to be able to schedule that, it's frustrating, and it's a wonder when you go, why would the FHSAA give that much control to an outside organization?
I agree. That's probably the biggest mystery of all. It's like, if you're the governing body, why are you allowing an outside agency to dictate ultimately who your teams play or where they're going to be seated in the playoffs? That's a little strange, Gary.
Absolutely. And again, what Matt said, we were both hitting right on the problems that we sense or feel when you're trying to put a schedule together. In high school, and you've heard Coach Jay talk to both of you, how difficult it is to start in the summer getting a schedule put together. You got to find teams. You got your district opponents. You got those. But then you've got 6 other games you've got to go out and get, or 7 other games you've got to go out and get, depending on how big your district is, that you have to go out, and then you try to do a 2-year contract. Supposedly that's supposed to be intact. But everybody has a way of thinking, okay, I'm going to, I don't want to play you again this year, Vero Beach. You did help me. I did get beat, but you did help me because I lost to a really good team. But let me go out and try to get a team that I can beat. I want to, try to get more points on. It's hard for a coach to go out and get the home and away, or just to get teams to come here. And Linnea will pay for a team to come to play in Vero Beach.
Yeah, and I think to your point, Gary, where it's going to get interesting now is, okay, let's get into January of 23 when coaches and athletic directors start looking at scheduling teams. And if they start looking at those mathematical figures and they go, all right, I need to go out and find some strong teams. So, let's just take a good case right now, in my opinion, is Vieira. They didn't win a game this year, okay? So, ultimately, outside of their district, who really wants to schedule them? Because from a point standpoint right now, that's not going to do you any good.
It's going to go to the haves and the have-nots. You're going to have the teams like Vero who have gone deeper in the playoffs, and that they're going to have guys coming after us, and the Chaminades, the St. Thomas Aquinas, the team that the schedule that Treasure Coast had. You're going to have teams go after them.
Yep.
And then it'll take the Vieiras. It'll take, like Central didn't have a good year this year. And, and is that going to hurt them, their athletic, their coaches, and potentially getting games?
Yeah, I think it will. And ultimately what I think the message that has been sent is, if you have a strong strength of schedule, it doesn't matter if you win those games. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. It does help you a lot if you win those games. But if you lose them, it's not a huge penalty, Matt.
Not when you saw 3-6 Treasure Coast get into the playoffs. Now, with all that being said, I can, if you look at the bracket, it's pretty much the best teams in the state.
Agreed.
Agreed. And it would just be nice, since everyone knows that, just give us the formula so that at the end of the season or coming into the season with scheduling, but even at the end of the season, and this is what we ran into, you purposefully take a week off, a bye week, so that you can heal at the end of the week, at the end of the season, all right? And then also you have 2 weeks for your next opponent. Mm-hmm. Well, we were shot in the leg on that one. We were dead in the water, if you want to say, because we didn't know, because we had no clue on how they were going to do the ranking. We thought it was going to be Spruce Creek, and then it could be Harmony, and then and it ended up being Harmony. But
and to your point there, Matt, it's like it's really those bubble teams that, and you don't know. Obviously going into the season, if you're going to be a bubble team or not, Spruce Creek is a prime example. They really had to win their district if they were going to have any hopes of getting in, because their strength of schedule, based off of whatever, says, no, that's not strong enough.
That's right.
Going back to Vero, just as an example, 2 years ago, Vero was a good team.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
3 years ago, Vero was a district champion. Mm-hmm. So you go out and you schedule them in a 2-year deal thinking you're playing a district champion or a very good football team.
Yeah.
You don't know that they're going to go 0-10 this year and have a bad year.
Well, not with the transfers that you can have now, and you can go anywhere, and especially a county like Brevard where you're literally 5-10 miles away from every school.
Yep.
It's tough, man. Being a coach nowadays, especially in a situation like that, you're right, Gary. They went from literally on the preseason game almost beating us, and then 2 years later, 0-10.
Yeah. Now, I will say this, and Matt, you brought up a good point. I do think a lot of the best teams are in the brackets. I mean, there's probably one or two teams in probably every region that you go, man, that's probably a better team to be in over this team. We could pick that apart like crazy. The only other thing I would say with the FHSAA, I like this format. It's certainly a whole lot better than I think in years past, where it was just district winners and then a runner-up from each district got in. I didn't necessarily like that whole formula because then again, you had opportunity for teams with losing records to get in just because they were the runner-up. Right. Vero Beach was part of that years ago. We got in through runner-up a few times, okay? Yeah. So everybody's benefited from it. But I like this new system because it encourages you to go out and play tougher teams, obviously. It encourages you to play a good schedule. Probably, if I would say, if there's one change I would like to see in this format, other than let's have full transparency, is in the first round, they gave district champs home field advantage. So if you were the 8th seed and happened to be a district champ, and the number 1 seed in your bracket was not a district champ, guess what? 8th seed got to be the host. I feel like that's a little unfair because you've worked hard to be the number 1 seed in a bracket or one of the top seeded teams in the bracket. You should earn the right to host every game that you're in the playoffs, as long as you fit the right part of the bracket, if I'm saying that right.
But let me ask you both this real quick. I know this segment's about up, but how do you feel about the 4M and the 4S? There was a lot of, you're taking a lot of schools out that you could normally would play against, like the Palm Beach County was in our region at times.
Yeah, right.
And you don't play them now. What's your thought on both of you? I'd like to hear what you both think on that.
I'll let you go first, Matt.
Initially, I say, okay, I like it. I like the fact that, when you look at the champions that have come out of South Florida, it's literally like 7 of the 8 champions have come out of South Florida the last 5 or 6 years. Okay, so what it does is it does spread it out. Now we'll see as this goes forward in the next couple of years if it's playing out how they wanted it to play out. But does it diminish the championship? I don't know. I don't think so. I right now I like it. But, I'm going to reserve my 100%.
I think until you see it fully play out, it's hard to totally answer that. But I will try to answer it this way and say, I like it in one sense of we're playing some teams now we haven't either ever played or it's been a long time since we played them. There's some new teams that, because they were in lower classes, the 7As are now part of this whole 4S. So it brings in another interesting dynamic. The other side of it, though, is boy, you started building some rivalries with some teams that you're not going to play anymore because, they were knocking you out of the playoffs or you knocked them out.
Good point. And, again, it takes – like, for example, Martin County got back into our classification. Sebastian was supposed to be in our classification, but they chose to go independent for the next 2 years. So they would be in the district with us. So that would have given us but we would have 6 teams in our district instead of just the 5.
Yeah.
I think as long as the FHSAA is going to allow open enrollment, you have to go to the 4S, 4M. You have to go to the MS system.
Agreed.
Because the metro areas, they just have so many kids to pull from versus the suburban, and it becomes the Goliath against the Davids, and you just don't have the kids to draw. And then like the year that we faced off against, I think it was Deerfield Beach, who had 26 Division I commits on one football team.
Unbelievable.
Right? And you know that obviously they didn't all in the Deerfield Beach area, but they didn't have to be. And so that's where I think if they're going to allow open enrollment, you got to separate the M and the S.
Agreed. We'll step aside. We'll come back and another interesting little topic coming up for you. We're counting down to kickoff. It is the Region 3 semifinals. Melbourne, Vero Beach. We'll be back.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old-school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians. HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Hey, Vero Nation, thanks for joining us as we get set for tonight's contest. Melbourne High School, the Bulldogs, are here tonight to take on the Vero Beach Fighting Indians. It is round 2, or otherwise known as the Region 3 semifinals, taking place here at the Citrus Bowl in just about an hour from now. We'll get kickoff underway. In the meantime, Gary Paris, Matt Paris, we're talking a little football here, kind of just doing some random topics here. And one of them that's kind of been talked a little bit, not a lot in high school ranks, but we're seeing a ton, obviously, in college, and it's the whole NIL, and that's the name, image, likeness, where that gives up amateur players an opportunity to get paid for doing any type of promotions or endorsements or anything like that. Matt, Gary, there's an opportunity, possibility, I don't know when, but we all have this kind of feeling that this probably at some point is going to filtrate its way into high school sports. What's your feeling about it?
Well, I think that you need to, I'd like for them to wait and see how the college ranks kind of iron their problems out. They haven't even faced the issues they're going to have to face as they get into this program. You're going to have the IRS involved. You've got agents involved. You're going to have, there's so much it's unawareness of it. It's easy to go out and say, I'll pay you $500,000 to come to my college and play football as a senior quarterback. You come, but then they break it down, and you don't know the contracts, if it's performance-wise or if it's, we just don't know. It can't be, if you make or if you don't play or you play, it can't be that. Like the more games you play, it's not performance type based. Yeah. But I don't know how if I'm going to pay you $500,000 to represent my company, or I would expect you to be a starter and all. But I think there's going to be clauses in there, and there's a lot of things we just don't know enough about it. It's almost like saying we really have turned college kids, certain number of them, into professionals already.
Sure.
You know what I mean? They're already getting. If a kid gets $100,000 a year to be a wide receiver or a running back, what's it going to affect his college education, too?
It's supposed to be name, image, likeness. So basically, the whole thing with social media has blown this up. So what it basically does is Paul goes out and he does a great job of promoting himself. He's a good athlete. He does his thing. He's on social media. This is a fictitious, but but he does a great job, and he goes out and gets 1 million subscribers and followers and the whole thing. So now he has notoriety. So that's what it's supposed to be, and then we can bring you into the school, and you're going to get paid because of that. Where it's gone south in the collegiate level is you can have 2 subscribers. It doesn't matter. They're going to say, we want you to come play for us. And now what they do is they go get big time donors to say, we got 100,000 for you, we got 50,000 for you. That's where it's gone south. It's kind of like you take the entrepreneurial mindset of a young person, male, female athlete that can go out and just really do a good job of marketing themselves. It's like you're getting this collegiate education in high school. Right. You do a great job. And then they've taken that to the next level. And again, it's like capitalism. It's great. It's obviously the best system. But when it goes a little unchecked and you now have behind the scenes, and that's what happens. And if like you said, there's so much stuff going on at the collegiate level they haven't even touched yet. If that starts coming down to the high school level, which, by the way, I just saw twin basketball kids that I think they were I think they're 9, the top 9-year-olds or something like that. They're already talking about deals for these 2 young men. And now, again, their talents are great, and they've promoted themselves. So that's the American dream. That's it says, like, hey, if I have an idea, I can promote it, and if someone's going to pay me to do it, so be it. That's why people come to America. So you don't want to stifle that, but in the same sense, you don't want to take an institution like the amateur football or whatever sport it is in college and in high school and then completely destroy it.
Yeah, so far right now, it is not part of high school sports. In fact, most states have said no to NIL situation. They basically have said you cannot accept NIL money and play high school sports. There are a few states, California is one of them, where you have an opportunity. And I have seen that there is I think he's a quarterback out there, Southern California, that got an offer for something like $250,000 or something like that. Now, that's within the rules. So far right now, Gary, Florida and FHSAA has said no, but you do have some schools that are not part of that league that may start a trend.
Well, IMG,
right,
for an example, is kind of that way, would be that way, the type of school. What's it going to take is going to go to court. They're going to go to court when they're going to say that it's not fair if other states are doing it. They take you to court. And it could be decided in court whether it's to open up or it's to close it down.
Yeah, I really think it's going to boil down to you're really going to have a serious push from a big group in order for that to happen. And I don't really see that happening right now. And I really hope it doesn't happen, because right now I think that opens up a whole set of a can of worms, really, especially when you're talking about how coaches handle their players going forward. I think that's really going to be challenging. Well, we've really, I think, exhausted about as much of that as we can. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to step aside, and Matt is going to hook up with Coach Lenny Jankowski and get his thoughts about last week's game and getting set for this game tonight. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
A family business for 25 years, Total Golf Cart supports the Fighting Indians and their fans. They're the authorized club cart dealer and love to assist buyers to find the golf cart that best meets their needs. They offer both new and used club cars. And Total Golf Cart also has a full service department at 1140 South US 1 in Vero Beach or at TotalGolfCart.com.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Well, Coach Jay, congratulations on your first-round win over Harmony last Saturday. Offensively, man, how about that? Racking up 422 total yards.
Thanks. Wins are always very enjoyable, and especially at this stage of the game, it's that time of year where the winner gets to continue and the loser calls it quits for the season. So the fact that we came out on top, that's always goal number one. And the yards are it was a decent offensive night. You wish that you possibly had some more points that to go along with those yards and finish some drives with some touchdowns. But I think as it turned out, if we just look at the second half of the game, we go into halftime tied 7-7, but just speaking on the offensive side alone, we had 3 possessions in the second half and finished with 3 scores on all 3 possessions. So, we came out on top. I thought, there are a bunch of guys that performed very well individually, but I think, the best way to describe that, it was the ultimate team effort. We had a lot of different contributions, for the win and for the success that we had on offense. Obviously playing 2 different quarterbacks. Dre had another big night with 15 catches and 175 yards and a big touchdown to seal it at the end. But I was pleased with, both Jake Whiteley and E.J. White and how we split the game and managed the game with both guys at quarterback. I think, obviously we've talked about both of their skill sets, throughout the season. And again, Quincy Rogers had another big night with over 100 yards rushing. So, from that 422, we were pretty balanced in about, 250 passing and about 160 rushing and maybe a little more on both ends, but that was kind of the deal. And again, the most important part of that statistic is that we came out with a W.
Coach, I want to talk about the second drive that we have, where we go 99 yards. And the stats that I have, and I know you keep these stats, it's we had 3 third down conversions. That's huge.
We were very good on third down, and that's been a point of emphasis. That's a point of emphasis every year, but that's just something that over the years I've learned to look at, on both the offense and defensive side of things. But offensively speaking, to be good on third down, it's best to be better on first and second, So the better you are on first and second down, you don't put yourself in situations where it's third and long. And so if you're third and manageable, I feel like, you can look down at your play sheet and call some things that you can have success with. If you're third and, behind the chains, then that makes things a little more difficult. So I think all in all, on that 99-yard drive, we put together, a bunch of plays. We didn't have a bunch of explosive. I mean, EJ came away with the big touchdown run there. I think it was 32 yards or whatever that was at the end of the drive to cap it. But prior to that, we were, utilizing the field width and the field length and moving the ball around and managing the game so again, I was certainly pleased. I think that was a big part. We had to, that's coming off a goal line stand where they had hogged the ball for a while, and we were able to hold them there on fourth down, which was, obviously big to keep them from getting points, but then to turn it around and go 99 yards and put the ball in the end zone was obviously a big part of the game for us.
Coach, one of the other things that we saw that went very well was our kicking game, especially getting a field goal from Jesse.
Yeah, on the drive where Jesse finishes with a 27-yard field goal, that was another drive where we were getting it down there and had the ball and down there close in the red zone and felt like we were going to score and got a little loose with the football. We recovered a fumble and then got hit with a sack and ended up having to I say settle for the field goal, but it was critical. It was important that we got the points there. very proud of Jesse. Jesse had a good night, with the PATs and that field goal.
Well, that's Coach Jay talking about last week's win over Harmony on the offensive side. When we come back, we're going to take a look at the defensive effort from last week's win. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
Thanks to Roy Bell Grading Services for sponsoring Fighting Indians football and the Fighting Indians post-game show. Roy Bell Grading Services is locally owned and operated, providing services to this area for over 37 years. Roy Bell Grading Services offers services such as land clearing, grading, laser grading, and complete site work.
Hi, my name is Chase Bell. My family and I support Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. Go Indians!
No job too small or too big. Roy Bell Grading Services. We roll the earth. 772-473-4559.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Well, Matt Paris here with Coach Jankowski. Coach, last week your defense came up big on several occasions, but probably none bigger than that first drive where they were able to take the ball down, but we stopped them on the 1-yard line.
Yeah, it was a big, like we talked about from an offensive standpoint, a big turning point in the game. And they got, obviously they hold us on the first drive. We take a big penalty on the offensive side of the ball and to get ourselves behind the chains and end up having to punt. And we punted into their end zone. So they take over at the 20 and they just, start coming at us with their option offense. It's although we looked at it all week, against versus scout team, it comes out full speed. You got your hand in the ball to big number 34, and they're running and doing their thing, and really just kind of having their way with us early and ripping off 10, 12 yards a pop and getting us a little bit frustrated and we got down there. They got down there close, and that was on 4th down. Just a really great effort play by Keyshawn Campbell, a big stop there, and I think it was Keyshawn that makes the hit, and we get the turnover on downs, and we're backed up there and have to come out of our own end zone and like you say, go 99 yards. I don't remember exactly how many plays it took us to get in the end zone, but I know it was a drive where we converted some third downs and all that. But I thought our defense just played really well, and it can be frustrating at times to watch and even to live it as it's happening. But as I tell our guys, you never know how the flow of a game is going to go, and I related it on Monday to, you can look at college football and you see all these crazy offenses with, I think it was TCU and Texas this week that have two of the most high-profiled offenses that you have in college football and end up in what people look at as a defensive battle or a defensive struggle. And really there's some good stuff happening on the offensive side of the ball, but the object of the game is when you're on offense, you have to get across that goal line. And when you're talking about our defense, for the most part, we kept them out of the end zone. Their 2 touchdown drives came one off of their first one off of a situation where we had 3 defensive penalties or 3 special teams / defensive penalties. We had them coming off the field twice and got caught with too many guys on the field on their punt return. And then we had a defensive offsides penalty on that one drive where they score, and we extend the drive. That shouldn't happen at game 12 or 13, whatever it is here. We shouldn't have that happening, and that's on us as coaches. And obviously we've got to make a better impression with our players there. And then their other one came off a turnover on another special teams blunder where we get in the way of a ball that's that's rolling around on the ground. And again, we should get the ball back there, but instead they recover, get a short field, and finish with a touchdown. So, again, they're points, and they shouldn't happen. But, again, I think every experience has value. I think we'll be better because of those experiences and those situations. And we certainly need to play better tonight to come out on top.
Coach, how big is it for your offense, especially that second half? We were able to get 3 scores, 3 drives. How big is it to get some sustained drives that when you're dealing with an offense like Harmony that just pounds, to give that defense a little bit of a break so that when they do come out, they can do their job at full speed?
Not just a break, and you're exactly right, because our defense spent a lot of time on the field. But not just a break. I think sometimes in games like this, against styles like this, if you can get up 2 scores, then it changes everybody's deal. It changes how they're thinking about themselves. It takes them a little bit. They had 250 yards rushing, but they were 0 for 5 passing. So we knew that going in. They weren't a big passing team. Their quarterback was, great at running their offense and handling the option, but wasn't, passing. The passing game wasn't anything that we felt overly threatened by. This week's it's a different story with Mel High, where they're a very balanced football team. But sure, I think that when you can get your defense, keep them off the field, get them rested, I think that's a big part of it.
Certainly was, as we came away with a victory last week in the first round against Harmony, and it was a big one and just a great win overall for Vero. When we come back, we're going to get Coach's, not just his thoughts, but some advice for parents and players for the young guys. Stay tuned. Listen to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
Molinari Pools is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. A family-owned and operated business, the Molinari family, longtime members of this community. Joel Molinari, a former Fighting Indian, loves serving the Treasure Coast residents from pool cleaning to repairs to pool remodeling. Molinari Pools. Love people, love pools. 772-778-2633 or molinaripools.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff. Coach, we have all these youth around Vero, and we've got all different kinds of sports that our kids can play. You're not just the head coach, you're the athletic director. You see all different sports, all different players coming through. What advice would you give to the young guys, whether they're just getting ready to get into high school or just starting their sports?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that come to mind, but you're right. We've got all kind of youth sports going on, and it continues to change in front of our eyes. There was a time in the day where when you grew up in a community, then there was, one league and one team. And now there's so many options and so many different things that you can get involved with. But that being said, I would just, my advice would be to stay active and be, be in something where you're competing and competition is important, and know and understand that, being on a team and all of the values that go with being a great teammate. I think being a great teammate is something that's so critical because we live in this me world, and in team sports, especially when you get to high school, it's so difficult. I think as parents, it's very difficult for us to be objective about our own kids because we love them so much, so, and that's not a criticism, but a compliment. And so, when they get involved in team sports, man, as kids, just go compete, have fun, make sure that you're doing this for the love of what you do. Because when we get our age, the reason that we do what we do as coaches is because of our love and our passion for it, and at some point, we were told that we weren't good enough to play anymore. So whenever that happens, you got to figure out what to do, and so. I'm always I count my lucky stars and my blessings every day to get an opportunity to be around all these kids once they get to high school, and we get some great kids. But unfortunately, sometimes I think that because things are, and I don't know which way to point to this, but sometimes we get kids that. And things happen out of order. They start thinking about college scholarships, and you start thinking about things way ahead of time instead of really just enjoying what you're doing. Man, listen to these coaches. Value what they say, and understand that coaches are always going to, whether it's right or wrong, they're going to try to do their very best to put you in a position to have not just individual success, but team success as well. So, my best advice is to go out there and enjoy it, have fun, be great listeners. There's a lot of great people that go out there and volunteer time to youth programs and youth coaches, that do that. And we have a lot to be thankful for, all these men and women that give their time up to be around our young kids. But to those guys, and really just enjoy it. I hope that when they come to games that I try to impress our players as high school players that you've got these little guys looking up to you, and be good role models. Spend time with them, and our guys make me proud. I hear stories about them all the time, spending time with our youth. So that's my piece of advice for today.
Talking to parents, I saw this sign when my son was going through travel ball, and coming up through into the park. It said, "Parents, no contracts or scholarships will be given today." That was the best sign. What advice do you have for the parents?
Yeah, it's some of the same, because if you're talking about high school parents, I think again, sometimes we get so caught up in what that sign says that we don't give ourselves a chance to enjoy this great experience that these kids have in high school. I tell our kids, and especially this time of year and after practice in the huddle, that you never know. We don't ever know. I don't know who's going to have an impact on the game Friday night. So you guys that maybe going second or third in order. It happens so fast in a game, whether it's out of necessity or just a change is made, that somebody's going to have an impact that's not planning on having an impact. So, man, enjoy the process, enjoy the games, enjoy the brotherhood. And so as parents, I think the biggest thing that I would say is this is really, really cool. We play, and this is a great community. There's fans out there cheering your son's name. It's a lot of them have an integral part, whether they're out there starting or whatever their role is, because it is the ultimate team sport. And I would just say, as parents, be proud and be supportive, and really just know and understand that we've got a lot of great kids that work really, really hard, and I can assure you that if your son is part of one of our teams, that they're working really hard and doing all that they can, and man, enjoy it. It goes by quick. I'm myself an empty nester, and though everybody as it's happening tells us that it happens fast, but I can assure you it does. So enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, that's Coach Jankowski with great advice. Enjoy the game while it's there. And when we come back, we're going to look at Melbourne High, the Bulldogs. That's who we're facing tonight. We'll be right back.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Perkins Pharmacy in Vero Beach is glad to be a supporter of Christian FM and to help put Fighting Indians football on the radio. Owner Edwin Perkins and his staff are all big fans of the Fighting Indians, and they hope Coach Jankowski and the team have the right prescription for another winning season. Perkins Pharmacy is on State Road 60, right across the street from KFC. Their phone is 978-6470.
Ohana Water Systems is proud to partner with Christian FM. Hi, I'm Mikey, owner of Ohana Water Systems. We've created a technology that takes city and even well water and turn it into drinkable, pH-balanced, remineralized alkaline water throughout the entire house. Our system also protects the plumbing and appliances from hard water damage. No obligation consultations and water testing available. Online at ohanawatersystems.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Welcome back. Well, Coach, we take on Melbourne High in the second round of the playoffs tonight. Give us some insight. Let's start offensively. What can we expect to see, and who should we be watching out for?
Well, when you talk about their offense, I think you have to start with their QB. He's he's got big numbers passing the ball, and he's got a couple different receivers that he likes, but he's also their second leading rusher. So he's on film very dangerous, both throwing it and running it. I've been very impressed with him. I know just working with our defensive staff this week that he's somebody that has us on high alert. He's a good player. He's a senior. And, like I said, he's got some weapons around him. I think then where you go from there is they've got a running back, number one, that has over 1,000 yards this year. And again, another senior. And they're senior dominant. They're, on both sides of the ball. They're led by a bunch of seniors, which I think, explains a lot of the success that they've had, coming into this game 9-2. I like their offensive line. I like their scheme. They're a spread offense where, like I said, they're good in the run game. They can throw it around and do a bunch of different things. So I think they're very well coached. But if you had to just describe their offense compared to like what we saw last week or in weeks past, I think you'd say, okay, it's gonna look a little bit like we do on offense, with an emphasis on at least staying balanced, running the football, and allowing the quarterback to be a big part of what they do.
Coach, flipping sides to their defense, I was watching a little film. Looks like they have a couple of good defensive linemen, a couple of linebackers, which we saw in Harmony as well.
They do. They really do get after it. I've been very impressed watching their defense. I think, and looking at the numbers, they give up a little less than 14 points a game. They do some different things up front. They bring pressure from different places. We've worked pretty hard this week in preparation for what we think we're going to get. As I tell our players, there's no gentleman's agreement, no handshake agreement on how they have to defend us. So typically when we go into a game, there's something that a defense does a little different to us than they may do to somebody else. So, we'll see. We definitely have had a great week of preparation, but they're scrappy. They've got a bunch of good players. One of the big stats that comes to mind when you look at their team stats is they got a bunch of guys that show up in the tackle for loss category. They get after the quarterback very well, and they gave Centennial in their week one, their playoff week one game last week. Gave Centennial some fits at some critical times in the game. So we have some challenges tonight. We're looking forward to it and hoping for a great game.
Well, Coach, as always, we appreciate you sitting down with us. We'll let you get back to the players, and we'll take it up to the booth. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Jeremiah's Italian Ice loves our Vero Beach Fighting Indians. Jeremiah's offers over 40 flavors of Italian ice and 2 flavors of soft serve ice cream. The showcase of the menu is layering the 2 together for their gelati. Located off State Road 60 in the Marshalls Plaza, Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Live life to the coolest.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
And welcome back. We're getting a little closer to kickoff. It's around 7:30. That it will be the kickoff between Melbourne and Vero Beach. Paul Tipton along with Gary Paris. GP, you unfortunately missed the game last week. We won it for you so we could play another week and have you back. So congratulations. Glad to have you back here.
Well, thank you. That was a great win. I saw it. I watched the fourth quarter and the wrap-up and everything like that out in Tulane, in New Orleans as we were headed to the airport to fly back.
A little weird competing with college football on a Saturday night. I'm not used to that, but
yeah, that was strange.
It was a little strange, but Vero Beach did pull off the win, 24-14 over Harmony. So that sets the stage for tonight. They got Melbourne, the Bulldogs. So let's talk about Vero's defense, what they've got to do. So Melbourne's offense comes in here averaging about 23, almost 24 points a game. And it starts with their quarterback, Hunter Turner.
He's a dual threat quarterback that has the ability to throw the ball. He's thrown it for 1,800 yards. He has rushed for over 400 yards in his attack. It's not that they are an run-pass type of option quarterback, but he can do that really well. But he really is a spread offense they run, and he likes to mix up the run and the pass. And what he does a lot of times, Paul, is that if he sees the field, the gaps are opening, and he can get about 10 yards, he's going to take off and do that. He has that ability and those kinds of skills. It's a challenge for a defense because that means you got to be more disciplined, right. And you almost, if you blitz, you better blitz right in the right spot, because if he sees the blitz, reads the blitz, he can either hit the RPO, the quick pass, or the ability to run where you ran your blitz. He'll run away from that. He's a very talented young quarterback.
If you're a defender, Gary, and you know that they have a good passing game, they have a good running game, is there something that you start with and see what do you try to take away first?
Well, I think what you want to do is you want to play sound, disciplined football. Now, that's cliche, as like always said. But what you're really doing is you're staying in your assignment areas. You have to be able to, if you've got a stunt that goes right, the tackle goes inside and the end goes inside and the tackle loops around you, then you've got to be able to do that. And that's make sure your linebacker's scraping or he's filling, whatever the call is. But you got to stick to it. You got to know your assignment. You got to find the ball as quick as you can. Discipline is so hard sometimes on defense because you want to be aggressive and you want to play downhill and on the run, you're anticipating run, and you get caught a lot of times in those little fake handoffs, and the quarterback then pumps behind you, hits a guy behind you on a route. So it's not easy, but it's a discipline. Vero plays an aggressive defense. Vero comes into the game only giving up, not even 10 points, almost 10 points a game. So their defense has played solid. Melbourne's got to challenge Vero Beach's defense and see what they can attack there. That's going to be a great match between a really, really sound defense and a quarterback that can run the ball and throw the ball. And then they got a 1,000-yard rusher right in there with him.
Yeah, Wesley Lambert. And, Gary, when you've played the last probably 2-3 games now for Vero Beach, it's been a very run-dominated offense. Is there a danger of, being in that mindset and forget about the passing game that Melbourne brings?
No, you really got to. I'm sure that you watch enough film. Every young man has got a system where they can watch a lot of film. Coaches will get you back and think, okay, now look, let's watch this together. Look at this drop. Look at this run. Look what they're doing. Look what this team did. Look what Coco did. Look what Mineola did. Look what the game they beat Harmony 9-7.
Yeah.
And 9-7. You go back and you look at how they beat Harmony 9-7. What Harmony do to shut down and only allowed them to get 9 points. You look at enough film so you feel comfortable with the scheme you put in. Bill Mata is a very good technician, and he's a good coach about getting his kids to understand and to believe into what he's teaching.
We'll find out shortly. When we come back, we're going to talk about Vero Beach's offense. What are the keys for them to put up enough points and walk away with a win and head towards the region finals next week? We'll be back.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest stone. Visit us at gcvero.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
And welcome back, Vero Nation, as we get set for the Region 3 semifinals. Melbourne High School taking on Vero Beach. Real quickly, this is WSCF Vero Beach, your home for Fighting Indians football. Paul Tipton along with Gary Pierce. All right, GP, we talked about the Vero defense. Now let's talk about the Vero offense. Vero's been putting up about, 34, 35 points a game so far this season. But it's going to be a two-quarterback system, Whiteley and White back there behind center tonight.
Absolutely. They're going to have their both sets of downs where they feel comfortable in. You'll see EJ come in as a option run quarterback. He can run the ball pretty good, and he throws the ball pretty good too. But he is just a freshman, and he hasn't had enough reps yet to feel comfortable about running the whole offense. Mm-hmm. And again, in all fairness to Jake Whiteley, Jake's done a pretty good job of throwing the ball and hitting number one.
Yeah.
Number one caught 15 passes last week.
Yes, he did.
And that's going to be the biggest challenge for this Melbourne team, is to figure out how to stop Vondravius Jacobs from catching the ball and making big plays. He had 15 catches for 175 yards last week and a couple touchdowns. So, I mean, that's huge.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty big. And that's this young man has got all kinds of talents. And the challenge will be for Lenny to put him in different formations, motion, slot, outside, trips, formations, to try to get him to get a chance to get the ball into his hands.
It also helps if some of his other receivers catch the ball a little bit too, which they did, but that also requires, whether it's Whiteley or White behind center, making sure they recognize what's given to them, and if Dre is covered and Woolard is open, find Woolard.
You got to do that. And again, Woolard caught 7 passes last week, but it was only for maybe 50 yards or 55 yards.
Right.
But it was good enough to get some first downs and move the change. Troy Smith caught 4 balls last week for 35 yards. Again, getting Troy the ball was important as a different receiver.
All right, so ground game last week. Quincy Rogers, for the first time, got 100 yards in the season. Good to see him. He had a nice 60-yard run that helped set the stage for one of our scores. And so ground game, obviously, not just be with E.J. White, but having Quincy back there helps too.
Well, I thought the offensive line probably played one of its best games. They did a good job protecting the quarterback. They gave up 1 sack, and again, that was a sack. Some of that's the quarterback's got to be able to read the outside too and feel the pressure to get rid of the ball. But again, the offensive line did a really good job last week of opening up holes for both, anytime both running backs, whether it was EJ or whether it was Quincy. And again, we've got to have the run game. We've got to have a part of it. It's got to be established. That's got to take some pressure off of Jake Whiteley when he's in there, or if EJ when he's in there also.
And if everything becomes equal, Gary, then it always boils down to that third phase, and that is your special teams.
Special teams, Jesse Lewis last week kicked a field goal.
Yep.
A field goal, made some extra points. He's starting to mature as a kicker. And again, the thing that I is Cam Perez is on kickoffs and on punting, does a good job of punting, protecting the flipping the field many times he's done this year for us.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us right now. When we come back, we're going to check in with the guys down on the sideline, find out what the pulse is like there on the field as the teams are getting prepared for tonight's Region 3 semifinal. Melbourne High School, Vero Beach High School set to take off here in just about, 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll be back with more.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and 4th-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856, and their site is McCallAgencyInc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Caps Pizza and Pub.
Hey, Vero Nation, welcome back as we continue to count down to kickoff, presented by Caps Pizza. And I'm Paul Tipton, along with Gary Parrish. We'll be up here in the booth tonight calling tonight's Region 3 semifinal game. The guys down on the sideline tonight will be Ronnie Self and Dr. Matt Parrish. Let's go check in with Ronnie. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Paul. What a great night for football. Looks like the temperature's going to be about 66 degrees at kickoff, but it's just a great night for football tonight. Phil's in great shape. Defensively, it's kind of like you guys have been talking about in the pregame so far is for our defense, it's going to be alignment and assignment. You got to know what the alignment is, and you definitely have to know your assignment tonight for this kind of dual threat quarterback, as Gary said. It's a well-coached Melbourne team, and offensive line, they do a good job. They're a very well-coached offensive line, so but don't expect that to change the way Vero Beach plays tonight. Look for them to play their good, solid, hard-nosed, attacking defense. As long as they know what their assignments are, they should be okay tonight.
Ronnie, the weather, as you mentioned, is absolutely ideal for playing football. How's the field look?
The field's probably in the best shape it's looked in a couple years. It's in really good shape, especially for this time of the year, but the field is absolutely in great shape.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ronnie. They'll be checking in with the defense through the course of the night. Offensively speaking, we turn it over to our quarterback, and that is Matt Parrish.
Hey, guys. Some big changes going on with the offense. The first and foremost is we got Dalton Jordan will not be dressing out tonight, and his replacement is going to be our left tackle. Now, Dalton is he's our right tackle, so left tackle for us, and I believe that was Eric Benitez, he is going to go to the right tackle, and Ben Hall is going to come in and play left tackle. Now, you say, well, is that going to be a big deal? These young men they're going to be good, but when you lose a guy like Dalton Jordan for the night, it's tough. When this kid is consistently grading out, when the coaches grade him, he's consistently in the upper 90s, which is just spectacular. And talking to the young man earlier, it's just heartbreaking because he's like, I want to be out there so bad. And he literally has played 4 years here for Vero, and this is like his first injury that he has. And we just pray for a speedy recovery for that young man. But he is down here, and he's going to be helping those guys when they come off the sideline and being basically a third coach. Now, when you look at the Bulldogs, you look at their secondary, they like to run quarters. That's what we've seen all season. That doesn't mean that they're going to come out and run quarters against us. That means you got 4 defensive backs, and they each got a quarter of the field. The outside linebackers then have to cover the flats in that curl route. On the teams where they were able to stack the box with those linebackers, it makes it almost impossible to run. We have got to make them choose whether they want to either cover the pass or cover the run. If we allow them to do both, it could be a long night for Vero. But with our coaches, they know that. You look for us to put them in an awkward position, guys.
Matt, as you're watching the quarterbacks get warmed up, how does Whiteley and White look right now?
Well, I tell you what, they both look really good. I mean, and we talked about it in a little bit of the pregame earlier about just the confidence and you can see them as they're out here and they get more play time, they get more reps. They look good. And I tell you what, Jake, both of them, when we talk about throwing the football, they both spin the ball very well. And, and it's there's a little bit of wind, but not a lot tonight, so that bodes well for us.
I'm thinking it has a little bit to do with that quarterback whisperer known as Lenny Jankowski. So,
there's no doubt, Paul. He really is,
yeah.
And he doesn't get enough credit for the quarterback position that he coaches.
Absolutely. All right, thanks a lot, Matt. We'll be checking in with him for the offensive side of things for Vero Beach tonight as we get set for the Region 3 semifinals. Melbourne versus Vero. We'll be back.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
Cap's Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Cap's offers Italian cuisine, including pizza, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Cap's Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Welcome back as we continue to count down to kickoff, getting set for our match tonight. Vero Beach hosting Melbourne in the Region 3 semifinal. Last week, we gave you a rundown of the playoff bracket, so let's do it again and give you an update on where things stand in every single region for the Class 4S. It started with 32 teams divided into 4 regions. Each region has 8 teams, so that was 16 games played for the 4S class last weekend. Most games were played on Friday, but with Hurricane Nicole coming through, there were a handful on Saturday night, including our game last week against Harmony. After Saturday night, 16 teams remained for the region semifinals, so let's take a look at the rundown for every single region, beginning with region number 1. Region number 1 is way up in the north, and you have Bartram Trail at the number 1 seed. They won easily over number 8 Flagler Palm Coast, 50-20. Niceville, the number 2 seed, was upset by number 7 Crestview, 26-21. Buckholz At number 3 seed, escapes number 6 Pace in a shootout 35-34. Number 4 Creekside beats number 5 Navarre 47-20. So this week, it's number 1 Bartram Trail playing number 4 Creekside. Number 3 Buckholz playing number 7 Creekside. Region 2, that's more in your Polk County area. Lakeland destroys Lake Gibson 49-0. That was 1 versus 8. Number 2, Lake Mineola handles Bartow 63-20. Number 3, Land O'Lakes was upset by number 6 Winter Haven. And number 4, Springstead loses to number 5 Mitchell. So a couple of upsets in that bracket. So this week it means number 1 Lakeland plays number 5 Mitchell. Number 2, Lake Mineola plays number 6, Winter Haven. So that's Region 1, Region 2. Region 3, that's where your Fighting Indians play. And as the number 1 seed last week, beat Harmony 24-14. Number 2, Osceola escapes number 7 DeLand in another shootout there, 30-28. Number 3, Martin County upset by number 6 Treasure Coast, 35-7. And number 4, Melbourne defeats number 5, St. Lucie West Centennial, 28-16. So this week, for the semifinals, it's number 1, Vero Beach playing number 4, Melbourne. And number 2, in a rematch with number 6, Treasure Coast, the Titans lost to the Cowboys in week 1 of the season, 14-5. So you know the Titans are looking for a little payback. Region number 4, that is towards your west coast of Florida. Number 1, Venice destroys Riverdale 87-20. Number 2, Gulf Coast is upset by number 7, Riverview Sarasota. Number 3, Manatee is upset by number 6, Sarasota. And number 4, Palmetto is upset by number 5, Lehigh. So 3 upsets in that bracket, really shaking things up there. So this week, number 1, Venice plays number 5, Lehigh, and number 6, Sarasota plays number 7, Riverview, Sarasota. You know that's going to be an interesting battle for sure. All right, that's your 4 regions for Class 4S. Our battle gets underway very shortly. Melbourne here to take on the number 1 seed, Fighting Indians. We'll have more right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic, when the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
Perkins Pharmacy in Vero Beach is glad to be a supporter of Christian FM and to help put Fighting Indians football on the radio. Owner Edwin Perkins and his staff are all big fans of the Fighting Indians, and they hope Coach Jankowski and the team have the right prescription for another winning season. Perkins Pharmacy is on State Road 60, right across the street from KFC. Their phone is 978-6470.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and 4th-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856. And their site is McCallAgencyInc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
It's countdown to kickoff.
Now, here's Bobby Paris.
Welcome to Women of the Fighting Indians. This is Bobby Paris, and I have the privilege of interviewing the moms of our senior varsity football players. Tonight, my special guest is the beautiful April Goddard, and she is the mother to number 58, Parker Goddard. He is one of our linebackers. He is 6'2". He is 170 pounds and a big boy to be reckoned with on that team. So welcome, April.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is about you. So April, tell us about yourself, where you were born, and a little bit about your family.
Well, I was born in Casper, Wyoming, so I'm a little ways from home. Grew up in Wyoming until I got married, basically. So until I was 22-ish. I grew up there and grew up in Casper and in Gillette, which is northeast corner. We went to a high school. My husband and I graduated from the same high school, and we were actually camels. That was our mascot.
Oh my goodness.
Very random.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever heard of camels before, but that's awesome. So you were high school sweethearts.
No, no, we weren't actually. My husband is a little bit older than me, so he had graduated before I did. And we actually didn't know each other, which was very strange. We had all the same friends, but didn't actually know each other. So we met after we had both graduated from high school and everything. So we did that. We have 5 kids. We have 1 girl and 4 boys.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Very testosterone filled household. It's a little overwhelming sometimes. And then we have 2 grandkids.
Okay. So tell us about your jobs then.
I am a project manager for a construction company that is in Texas. So I work remotely from home, which is awesome. So I get to, I don't ever have to miss out on anything that's going on with our kids. So sports or school or, just random anything, I'm able to do that. So my bosses are awesome. Let me do that. My husband is a planning supervisor for North American Mining, which is based down in Medley. So he drives back and forth to Miami almost every day.
Oh, wow. That's a commute.
It is a commute. And he takes care of or manages the planning for all the maintenance on the 38 drag lines that they have here in the state of Florida.
Okay. That is very interesting. And you have a busy, busy life. And now, I know you said that Parker is your last child.
Yes.
And so how many are still at home?
We have 1 other left at home besides Parker. Braden actually graduated from Vero and played football in Vero last year as well. Graduated from Vero. So go Indians. And so we just have the 2 left in the house now, and 3 when our next oldest son is home from college.
Okay. Are the grandchildren, do they live here?
No, still in Texas.
Oh, wow. Well, I can appreciate, I have 9 grandchildren and they do all live here. Well, the exception of 2. So we're blessed. Yeah, it's awesome. It's crazy, but it's awesome. So let me ask you something. I know that you're a busy mom and you're working from home. Are there other interests that you have besides right now just kind of getting him through high school?
Other than just the daily getting him to school, home from school, not, losing track of him or his brothers. We have a lot of dogs, so we do lots of stuff with our dogs, and we play golf. I love golf, and we live on a, golf course, in Fort Pierce. So we play golf as often as we can. And that's my, where I get my aggression out and my frustrations. Yes. So I love it when we get to go play golf. So that's our major thing is golf.
So join me, Bobby Paris, at halftime for more of Women of Fighting Indians football.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
There's the snap for the punt. It's blocked. Rojas picks it up. It's going to be a scoop and score. Indians with the touchdown. Pass is going over the middle of the field. Wide open is Jacobs. He's got it. He's going in from 37 out for the score. Boom! Pressure on the snap. Defense in the backfield. The ball's loose. And the Indians have it in the end zone for the touchdown. Handoff's going to go off to the right side. Jaquan Jean's got it. There's a little bit of a hole. He's off to the races. It is to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. Score it, Jean.
This is Fighting Indians Football. Vero Nation Network and Christian FM Sports presents Fighting Indians Football with Matt Paris, Ronnie Self, Gary Paris, and Paul Tipton.
The playoffs started with a bang last week. Vero Beach put up 422 yards of offense with senior wideout Dre Jacobs leading the way. But you only enjoy that win for a moment and get ready for your next challenge. The Melbourne Bulldogs bring a solid offense of their own, led by quarterback Hunter Turner. The Bulldogs will see if they can crack the code on this tough Indians defense. Winner moves on to the region final. It's Bulldogs, it's Indians. Friday night lights are on, and it is game time. Welcome to the 2022 FHSAA Class 4S State Championship Series. This is the region semifinal for Region 3. Hey, Vero Nation, Paul Tipton along with Gary Paris, and welcome to Fighting Indians Football. We're proud to bring you our 26th season of Indians football presented by the GNC Miracle Mile. The Bulldogs won the toss. They have elected to defer for the second half, so Vero Beach is going to receive the opening kickoff. Vero Beach is wearing their gray uniforms tonight with their red helmets. The Bulldogs are wearing white with their green helmets. Bulldogs defeated Centennial last week 28-16 on Saturday afternoon. Vero Beach won 24-14 over Harmony Saturday night, and that puts us here tonight at the Citrus Bowl, set for the region semifinal. The kickoff is high. It's going towards the 15. And Woolard on the catch slips, and his knee goes down right around the 14-yard line. That's not what you hope for, but we'll take what we can get, right?
Yeah, it's a good placement by the kickoff man. He kicked it right to the side, and Woolard had to back up to get it. And when he backed up, then he accelerated. He slipped and fell on his knee, went to his knee.
That was Trevor Causey on the kickoff for Melbourne. So that's going to bring out the Indian offense. E.J. White going to get the start here for this series. Sharing time with Jake Whiteley. E.J. last week, 2 of 3, 52 yards and a touchdown through the air. He's going to carry this one to the 15. Spins his way to about the 17-yard line for second down.
He's going to learn how to become a better runner. He's got to protect the ball, when he runs, but he also has got a sense that there's nothing left to give. Just go down, go forward.
Absolutely. He'll pick up 4. It's second down and 6 as we just get started. Ball at the 18-yard line. Rogers in motion, looking for the swing pass off his fingertips. And it's incomplete, brings up third down for Vero Beach.
That was a catchable ball. That was right in his hands. He's got to help the young quarterback out there by getting he's got to catch that. He had blocking on both receivers out wide at time. Troy Smith and Woolard did a good job blocking for him. That could have been a big play.
3rd and 6 at the 18-yard line of Vero Beach. Whiteley now in at quarterback on this 3rd and long. 4 receiver set, twins on either side. One safety high. A little shift on that defense. Linebacker goes out to cover a receiver. Whiteley looking downfield. He's got Woolard. Woolard catches it at the 45-yard line, and a Vero first down.
Now they run a stunt on the right side. Great job by Jake Whiteley getting rid of that ball as they ran a stunt in on him that time, and he was able to get that ball out of his hands. Great job by Woolard going up to make the catch.
Picks up 27 on that catch to the Vero 45. Move the sticks. It's first down and 10. We're going to go stacked on the right side with two receivers. Handoff's going to go to Rogers. Up the gut. He's loose. 45, 40, 35, and down at the 30 of Melbourne.
That was a great job blocking by Paul Paris and Silas Batchelor right up the middle that time. Paul knocks his man out. The other one knocks his man in. Outside also, and they get a nice gap there.
Run of 25. Hurry up on the offense here as they get quickly to the line. Whiteley, handoff again. Rogers, this time he gets tripped up at the line.
Yeah, he just got, I tell you what, there was a blitz that time from the linebacker coming in from the outside, and the linebacker, Sweet, was able to, he tripped over his feet as he was being knocked out by Batchelor.
Second and 10 coming up for Vero Beach. They're at the Bulldog 30-yard line. There's no score. This is the opening possession for Vero Beach. Whiteley looking to throw. Fires downfield. He's got a receiver wide open. Dre catches it. Toe tap, and there is a flag in the backfield.
Yeah, Quincy Rogers just wrapped his arms around. That's a good call. Again, we saw the blitz. Here comes the blitz on the play as they brought in Barnhill on that play. He blitzed, and he gets tackled by Quincy. That was a great catch, great throw, but it's for naught.
Yeah, you got to know when you got the Melbourne faithful right in front of you and you hear, oh, you knew something bad happened in that backfield.
Well, it's a bad situation because now you're playing behind the chain, and it's from the point of contact. That thing was about 6 yards in the back of the backfield when he threw it.
About a 14-yard loss on that play because of the penalty. He puts us back to the 44-yard line, where it will be second down and 24. Whiteley from the gun, looking to throw. Right side, looking for Jacobs, and he slipped on the cut. And it'll go incomplete. It was a pretty tight coverage, Gary, but I think he just slipped.
Yeah, that's twice now we've seen our athletes take a loose footing. The guys have said the field is in great condition, but I've seen two cuts that have been where they lost their footing on that play right there. Now, he overstrided possibly on that. It was a quick out, and I think if he'd have caught it, he would only gotten about 4 or 5 yards.
EJ back in the ballgame at quarterback on 3rd and 24 at the Bulldog 44. EJ rolling out right, fires, finds Dre over on that side. Dre stays on his feet and stopped at around the 30-yard line. They get very close back to the original line of scrimmage, and it's going to bring up 4th down and 10. Most likely, Coach Jay does not like to punt or go for field goals too often, so you're probably going to see him go for it here.
Well, on that play right there, he rolled to the right. They play their corners. They're not going to get beat deep. Their corners play loose. They play about 5 to 7 yards off, and they just bailed out. As Matt said, they play quarters.
4th and 11. Trips to the left side.
Now they got a defender right over Jacobs.
Yeah,
so they got him double teamed.
Yeah, they're looking at a double coverage, and timeout's going to be taken by Vero Beach. Talk things over. We're coming back. We're looking at a 4th and 11.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
This is Vero Beach Fighting Indians football on Christian FM. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, Vero Beach has started from its own 14-yard line, started moving down the field, had some explosive plays, but a penalty might have stalled this drive. Vero's currently looking at a 4th and 11 from the Bulldog 31. Trips left side. White at quarterback. EJ on a keeper. Runs up the middle. He's at the 25 and stopped shy of the first down mark, so it's going to be turnover on downs. And, Gary, that penalty really hurt.
Well, it did, but I like the call there, and I'll tell you why. If you punt and it goes into the end zone, you're going to get it back to about the 20-yard line. Here they got it. On the run, they got it down to the 24-yard line. So again, it's it's a good call. I thought it was a good, safe call.
Perry, Brown, Galbert, Pollock, Campbell, Rojas. We'll see Williams along with Perez, Smith, Anderson, and Wesley as part of that defense. But Hunter Turner at quarterback, and Whistle's going to stop this play before it ever started with a false start. So they're going to back up 5 yards. But Gary, Hunter Turner at quarterback for Melbourne.
Yeah, that time he emptied his backfield. There was no back there. He had 5 receivers in on the lines and off the ball, and there was illegal movement that time. He was some motion against Melbourne. So now they're behind the chains and going 1st and 15 now.
David Kentai, coach of Melbourne, brings in the Bulldogs at 9-2. Last week they beat Centennial 28-16. The offense averages 23 points a game. They're going up against a defense that only allows 9.5 points a game. So this is going to be an interesting battle here tonight in the region semifinal. 1st and 15. Turner's looking to throw down the right side, and he goes over his intended target. Pretty good coverage over there by Perez.
Got a penalty flag in the backfield.
He was looking for Claybaugh over there on the far side.
That might have been a holding call against Melbourne on that play. There was a blitz from the outside on that, as I saw Pollock come in from the outside right.
Yeah, it is. So if that's the case,
well, that's 2 penalties.
That's 2 penalties in a row. And now they're going to be looking at a 2nd down and probably about 25, 23, yeah. Actually, it'll be 1st down.
Yeah, first down.
First down
First
again.
down and 18.
Yeah.
Or 18. I got it at 18 yards.
The ball's going to be put at the 6-yard line. So now, Gary, this can bring an interesting situation for that Vero defense. Do you think they can pin their ears and go here?
Yeah, well, I think so too, but I think also Melbourne's got to be careful here and look for the run. I'd be thinking run blitz or run some kind of support because you don't want to turn the ball over this deep in the end zone.
8 minutes and 48 seconds to go in the first quarter. Vero had the opening possession, started at its own 14, got into Bulldog territory, but then turned it over on downs at the 24-yard line. And the ball got
It's now 23 yards. It's on the 12th, not the 16th. I thought it was.
It's on the 6.
I mean, 6. I was thinking the 12. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 1st and 23.
1st and 23, yeah. Good job.
So Melbourne on their possession here, 2 consecutive penalties, a false start, and now a holding penalty have put them back to the 6-yard line where it's 1st and 23. It's going to be a run off the left side, and it's gobbled up quick. About a 2-yard gain, and there's Kesney Brown.
Kesney comes flying across this position there. He's so quick. He's so good at getting across there, and he makes that tackle for about no gain at all. Or, excuse me, I'm being told now 3 yards.
Yeah, they put the ball at the 9-yard line, so he picked up 3 on that. Turn it into 2nd down and 20 for Melbourne as they'll send 3 receivers on the right side, a single to the left, and 1 back in the backfield. Turner looking to go quick screen left side. And gets to about the 20-yard line.
That's a good job. Good job.
He's looking for Clark.
Yeah, now he's third down, and it's a manageable 12 yards or so on this play. So, again, they're at third down. It brings up 12, little quick hitch.
Mm-hmm.
He makes a good move and gets to the sideline there and gets out, picks up, gives him a workable down right here.
I'll give him 11 on that catch. We're looking at a third down and 12 here. 7:35 and counting. First quarter, no score. First possession for Melbourne. Oh, and there was all kinds of movement. They're going to back up 5. It's going to be 3rd and 18.
Somewhere on the line there, they got the count, the bark and the count a little bit off.
Yeah, because you had most of the team moving, and the center didn't.
Center didn't.
I always love that call by the official. Everybody but the center.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3rd and 18. Receiver in motion. Hunter looking to throw. And Turner gets the pass off, but it's going to be well short as he barely gets to the 20-yard line. Again, that is Clark. And Rojas makes the tackle, and it's going to bring out punt for the Melbourne Bulldogs as Woolard will drop back deep for Vero Beach.
Yeah, that was a nice job by Bucky Rojas as he came, read that little screen, got in there and made that tackle. That's a safe play. That's a safe call play. You get the ball, hope your athlete can do some damage by running.
So punt, low liner punt. Takes a few bounces. Woolard's going to pick it up on the hop at the 45 to midfield. In Bulldog territory at the 45, and that's where he stops. About a 10-yard return for Woolard.
Well, Woolard, I hope, learned his lesson from last week when he had a punt that bounced up and hit him as he was telling everybody else to get away. That one just kind of bounced up. He was backing up, and it bounced right into his arms, and he was able to get about 6 yards on return on that.
All right, Gary, the first drive for Vero Beach had success. It was the penalty that really stalled that drive. We'll talk more about that when we come back. We've got a water break here at 6:16 to go with first quarter and no score.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network. Brought to you by Molinari Pools. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
All right, Vero Beach defense forces a 3 and out, punts the ball away. Woolard returns it to the Bulldog 47-yard line. Gary, that last drive by Vero Beach had a lot of success, but the penalty killed it.
As did Melbourne, too, in their opportunities. Both teams shot themselves in the foot. This time they got an excellent field position. They got the ball on the Melbourne 47-yard line. So excellent field position for the Indians to start.
E.J. White at quarterback at the Bulldog 47-yard line. Receiver in motion. Keeper by White off the left side. E.J. gets to the 45-yard line to pick up a 2.
Yeah, they're going to get the sense, and they're going to get a feeling that every time EJ's in, you'll have to spy him because he's going to run. You put a spy on him, and you're going to watch him, and he's going to be the guy that they will watch his movement, and they'll start studying that, and they'll start doing that.
Twin receivers on either side. 2nd and 8. White rolls right. Looking for some blocks. And EJ will get to about the 40-yard line where he has stopped. So pickup of about 5. Will bring up third down.
He had Von Dravius Jacobs out there wide open in a hitch route. Give the ball to him. I mean, I think he gets a first down if he gets the ball out there to him.
Pickup Gets us to a 3rd down and 4 situation at the 41-yard line of Melbourne. Coming up, 5 minutes to go in the first quarter with no score.
This could be 2-down territory again, Paul.
Jaquan Jean also in along with Rogers. Look for some blocks. And not much going there for White as he gets back to a line. Maybe gets about a yard gain. And now we're looking at 4th down and long 3.
Yeah, that's that play had too many porous holes they were able to get into the backfield. They were really got better deep into our penetration, especially on the right side that time.
Whiteley in at quarterback for 4th down and 3. 3 receiver set. Play clock is at 12. Snap is there. Handoff. Rogers, left side. And I don't think he got it. He's awfully close. And nope, it's going to be Melbourne's ball. So turnover on downs.
And now you give Melbourne the ball in excellent field position.
Rights to this broadcast of the state championship game in the 2022 FHSAA Class 4S Football Championships have been granted to the Vero Nation Network by the Florida High School Athletic Association and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Florida High School Athletic Association is prohibited. 1st down and 10 now for Melbourne, starting from their 38. Turner's going to hand off. Not much going there. Get a couple of yards on that carry. 2nd and 8. Lambert on the carry.
Yeah, just a quick dive play right up the middle. He actually got some positive yards of about 3 yards on that play.
3:40 and counting first quarter. We've got no score. Vero's had 2 possessions. Both times turned over on downs. Melbourne on their 2nd possession. Looking at a 2nd down and 7. Another handoff. Lambert, right side, shakes off a couple of tackles, gets to the 45.
A little smash mouth to the right side that time. And that was brought in by Rojas and Brown. We're in on that tackle along with Bacon.
3rd down and we'll say a short 4 here. Indiana with 4 on the line. Turner fires, has a receiver to the 50, into Vero territory, and the Bulldogs get their first down.
Again, that's one of those little screen passes to the outside. You got 2 wide receivers blocking for you. Little bubble screen, and you just, boom, you got good blocking, got the 1st down right there. That's a quick throw and a good catch.
Picks up 9 on that catch. Puts the ball at the Vero Beach 46-yard line.
I believe that was Santiago that made that catch.
1st down and 10. 2:23 and counting first quarter. Low snap. Hunter. Turner rolling out. Fires. And short hops it to his receiver, Jalen Clark.
Yeah, he lost the whole momentum of that play because of the low snap. It hit the ground. By the time he picked it up, he felt the pressure, and he had to throw it and get it out of his hands. He did. That's wise not to take a sack or take a chance of fumbling it.
Sportsmanship is having pride in your school, your team, and yourself. Sportsmanship is the respect for the game and those who play it. The FHSAA reminds you to take on the responsibility of good sportsmanship. Play strong, play hard, play fair. 2nd down, and going with trips on the left side are the Melbourne Bulldogs. Screen. 45, 40, and a good hit by Anderson, a.k.a. Xbox, to keep the gain down to about 6.
Yeah, but that's a good play, though. I like that little bubble screen to the right side again, to the left side, rather. They got 2 good jobs of blocking out there, and you pick up about 5 or 6 yards. Now it's a manageable third down where you can go if you want to go on fourth down also.
At the Vero 39, it is a 3rd and 3. Turner fires, looking for the receiver. He was just coming out of his break, and it was a little bit behind him. It's incomplete and brings up 4th down.
Yeah, you got to go for it here. I think that you feel comfortable with the momentum going, and I wouldn't think he would punt. I think they'd go for it or try to draw you off sides.
We've seen that a time or two.
Yeah.
Minute 34 to go. First quarter is no score. Second possession for Melbourne. They're at the Vero 39, and it's a 4th down and 3, 5 wide. Turner rolls out. He's got some room, but he's going to be stopped short of the line.
Yes, he is. Down. He didn't make it.
Turnover on downs. It has become the theme so far. We've had 3 of those and a punt. Boy, they're really checking out the mark here. I think they're going to measure this, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know if the chain gang moved.
I thought he was well short of it.
Yeah, they're well short.
Yeah. He had to get 3 good yards, and he only got maybe 2. I don't understand what they're looking at.
He was short, and he is short. He's short by a yard.
Oh, yeah, turnover on downs. Wow. All right. I mean.
What the chain gang did, they moved ahead, but the guy on the end hadn't moved yet. At the end here, he stayed put, and that when they pulled the chain back, he was a yard short like we thought. So both teams have lost possessions because of downs.
All right, so Vero gets the ball back. They'll start from their own 36-yard line. No score in this game so far with 32 seconds to go in the first quarter. Whiteley with 4 receivers, 3 left, single on the right. Handoff's going to go to Rogers off the left side, and Quincy able to mull his way for about a 4, maybe 3.5-yard gain, and it'll bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, we're getting a decent surge off the line, but we're not getting it consistently with everybody coming off.
They'll give him 3. It's 2nd and 7 at the Vero 39. Twin receivers on either side. They may wait. We're in the final seconds of this quarter here, and they won't get this play off. That's going to do it for the first quarter of play. It has been a punch, counter punch, but no scores. We're sitting at 0-0 at the end of one. It's the 2022 FHSAA Football State Championship game here on the Vero Nation Network.
WSTF Vero Beach, Christian FM.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
A family business for 25 years, Total Golf Cart supports the Fighting Indians and their fans. They're the authorized club card dealer and love to assist buyers to find the golf cart that best meets their needs. They offer both new and used club cars. And Total Golf Cart also has a full service department at 1140 South US 1 in Vero Beach or at TotalGolfCart.com.
This is Vero Beach Fighting Indians football on Christian FM. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, welcome back here as we get started with the second quarter of this Region 3 semifinal matchup. Melbourne High School taking on Vero Beach at the Citrus Bowl. Paul Tipton, Gary Paris here in the booth. Ronnie and Matt down on the sidelines tonight as we get set for the start of the second quarter. Vero Beach is going to be looking at a 2nd down and 7 from their own 39-yard line. It has just been drive after drive by each team ending up in either turnover on downs or a punt situation. Each team trying to not give too much ground here, and so far they haven't. Whiteley looking to throw. Launches it, looking for Jacobs. Jacobs goes up. What a catch by Vondravius Jacobs.
Put it up there. Give him a 50-50 chance. And he does, and he makes a great catch. He's such a great athlete, Paul. He can jump, he can run, and he just times it beautifully. Jake Whiteley says, hey, man, I'm giving you your shot. Go get it.
Double covered, and Dre goes up and catches that ball for 37 yards and puts Vero Beach deep into Bulldog territory at the 24. Little shuffle pass underneath. Jacobs, left side to the 20, turns it to the 15, to the 12.
How about that little trickery right there? We haven't seen that play where it's a little forward shuffle pass, not like they normally do. He comes in motion, or he's actually not in motion.
Rogers went motion out of the backfield.
And he came underneath, and you see it in college a lot where they just flip that ball right there to him.
Yeah.
Good job.
It was enough, as they say, eye candy by Rogers to draw enough attention. First down. Handoff, Rogers off the right side. Rogers pushes his way past the 10. Rogers pushing his way to the 7.
And I tell you what he needs to do. When he's running, he runs quick. He gets off the ball quick. He's got to lower his shoulder. He was looking to make a cut, and he left himself wide open, but he kept grinding his legs. And when I said he kept his body open for an body tackle, he could have probably have gotten a couple more yards.
Those were 5 earned yards right there. 2nd and 5. Whiteley, quick one. Rogers off the left side to the 5. Score a touchdown. Quincy Rogers from 7 out.
That's that block. That's the one he dropped earlier. He caught that one on a little swing pass to the outside, and he had a screen. Great blocks by the wide receivers out there, and we got an injured Quincy Rogers is down right now. He is down on the field.
Oh, wow. Hate to see that.
Yeah, he had Jacobs did a good job, and Chase Taylor also was out there, made the block.
Yeah, he well, AJ making his way out there to check on our player there. Well, while we have a minute here, we'll check in with Rogers here in just a second here, but we want to let you know tonight's game is sponsored by the Florida High School Athletic Association. The FHSAA is a democratic organization with a membership of more than 800 middle and senior high schools, all committed to ensuring that Florida student athletes can compete fairly in an educational environment. The FHSAA building leaders through teamwork, sportsmanship, and citizenship. As Quincy Rogers on the pass out of the backfield, or the catch out of the backfield from Whiteley for 7 yards, got to the end zone, but then immediately fell down to the ground trying to come back out of the end zone.
You got paramedics going out there now to take a look at this.
That is not what you want to see.
They may be calling for they have a fire truck here, and they do have an ambulance here.
Yeah.
So, that's just tough. You just hate to see that.
Yeah.
What a great job he really this whole drive.
Yeah. And they're carrying him off the field right now. He is not putting any weight on that foot. Our prayers are definitely with that young man.
Yeah, his running back coach, Alonzo Phillips, is out there helping him along with AJ, our trainer.
So the score is 6-0. We're waiting for the extra point try here in just a moment. We had to take care of our fallen player here, Quincy Rogers, who scored on the play. And
that was a good drive.
It was a great drive.
And again, hoping nothing serious wrong with Quincy. But to go, that was just a beautiful, well-executed drive.
Yeah, it was 64 yards, 5 plays. Rogers with the 7-yard reception. And we'll just wait for Jesse here to see if he can tack on one more. Ryan Hall gets set to snap. Brock's going to hold. And the kick is blocked. All right, so we didn't get the extra point, but we do have the lead at 6-0 early in the second quarter.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system, thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
5 plays, 64 yards. Quincy Rogers on a 7-yard reception into the end zone. Extra point got blocked, so it's a 6-0 lead. That scoring drive brought to you by the McCall Insurance Agency as Cam Perez kicks off to the Bulldogs. Takes a bounce and just rolls into the end zone. Boy, that was a gamble there by Melbourne.
Yeah, I tell you what, if that just 2 yards short, that thing's dying right there on the 1 yard line almost.
Yeah. Well, and it's a live ball.
Yes, it is. That's a free ball. You're right.
All right, so they'll put this out at the 20-yard line. In case you didn't catch the end of that, after Quincy scored, he laid there on the ground, and they ended up carrying him off the field. It does not look good. We don't want to try to speculate right now, but I can just tell you when somebody gets carried off the field, it's generally not a good sign of them coming back into the ball game. So we'll see later on. Maybe get a report a little bit later from the guys down the sideline. But right now, Melbourne has the ball at the 20-yard line where it'll be 1st down and 10. And they're down by 6. Pressure coming right away. Turner gets the ball away, but the player slips. Now a late flag comes in. Might be a hold against Melbourne as we were bringing a blitz in a hurry.
Yeah, they had, I don't know, I think it may have been Campbell trying to get in there, and Campbell was blitzing up in there, and they may have been tackled. And there was a loss, I believe, on the play. Oh, it's a chop block. A chop block.
Either
that
way.
means you got one high and one low.
So that's going to put the ball at the 9-yard line, where it'll be 1st down and 11? Yeah, or 21. Turner, pressure coming, just gets it away, has a receiver wide open. He's got a 1st down and a couple of more yards. And that was Santiago with the catch.
Yeah, he got out there. Somebody blew the coverage on him. You have got to be able to take the flats out there. He was wide open. I think the quarterback running ability might have influenced the defense to come up to support, to make the tackle on the run. They found Santiago. Nice play there by the quarterback.
Ball spotted at the 39-yard line. Toss, right side. Lambert, oh man, he shakes off a couple of tackles and able to get a few positive yards out of that. It looked like it was going to be about a 1-yard gain, turns it into about 5.
Yeah, you tell me how Montgomery, he got through Montgomery, Bucky Rojas, and Mark Bacon on that play. How do you get through that?
2nd down and 6.
I mean Matthew Bacon.
Yes.
Yeah, not Mark. Mark's the other brother.
That's his twin.
That's his twin.
So trips on the left side, 2 on the right side. It's 5 wide for Turner. Keeper. And he's wrapped up in the backfield. Montgomery with the tackle.
Yeah, he got a sack right there, a tackle for a loss there. He lost about a half yard or so on the play.
9 minutes, 38 seconds and counting here in the second quarter. It's a 6-0 lead for Vero Beach. Melbourne at the Bulldog 43-yard line, looking at a 3rd down and 6. Winner of tonight's contest moves on to face the winner of Kissimmee Osceola and Treasure Coast, who are playing tonight up in Kissimmee. Turner looking to throw, fires, finds his receiver, but he's going to be shy as he only picks up about 2.
That's Santiago again, the wide receiver on a quick itch. But great job by the guys in the secondary there coming up, flying up there to make that tackle on that play. I believe that was Aiden Smith. That was one of the guys that came in on that hit.
So Vero Beach shuffling in some players here on 4th down as they look at a punt here. Last week got caught a couple times with too many men on the field trying to exchange personnel.
Well, you don't need to jump.
Turner's going to get the punt away. Boy, had some pressure coming. Good punt by the Bulldogs. He's going to go inside right at the 10-yard line.
Wow, I tell you what, for an ugly kick, that turned out beautiful.
Yeah. Looks the same on the card, doesn't it?
It looks the same on the card. That was a nice, tight spiral, right. That thing was about 5 yards above the ground, almost got blocked, and it rolled all that way.
All right, but again, Gary, how about the defense of Vero Beach? They busted one play, and ultimately they forced Melbourne to punt the ball away, and they haven't given up any points.
There you go. Bend and no break.
All right, so the Vero offense back out on the field. Whiteley's got trips to the left side. Starting from our 10-yard line. Screen's going to go to Woolard. Woolard trying to work around the left edge, gets to the edge, and out of bounds past the 15-yard line.
Good job blocking out there by Chase and Smith. Did a good job out there blocking.
So Hillsman in at running back right now. We saw Quincy go down on the last drive. Twin receivers on either side after the 6-yard gain to Woolard. Well, movement's going to push this back, turn it into a 2nd and 9.
Yeah, that's when I saw that those claps, again, ball players get a chance. It's hard for linemen or certain guys to sit in that position a long time. They're wanting to get up and get after a guy, and they got to be patient. It's hard to sit that long sometimes as you're a lineman.
Oh, yeah, you're right. 8:08 to go, second quarter. 6-0 lead, Vero Beach on top. And the Indians looking at a 2nd and 9 from their 11. Whiteley looking for Hillsman. Hillsman trying to turn upfield. Just got tripped up right about the 12, 13-yard line.
He got tripped up by the line. I don't think anybody, the line on the field, grass made that tackle. He lost his balance.
Yeah, they just had to put an extra layer of chalk on the field tonight, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
He got his momentum. He was going upfield. He really hard. He turned and he was getting his momentum going, but he lost his balance. Brings up 3rd and long.
Yeah, 3rd and 7 at the 13-yard line. Vero looks like they're going to line up in a familiar formation. Single receiver on the right side, 3 to the left. Whiteley, he's looking to throw. Pressure comes, fires. What a catch by Dre. Dre trying to turn upfield, and there's a flag. Rips his helmet off. The Melbourne defender got a hold of him and ripped his helmet right off his head. And that will give us a first down on the personal foul.
He shouldn't have to go off the field because
I agree.
No, you don't have to. He got his helmet yanked off, so he doesn't have to come out.
It didn't come off on its own.
Yeah.
And frankly, that young man might need to go sit down for a bit.
What nice play by Whiteley. Felt the pressure, got it in. Von Dravius.
Had a defender was trying to pull him down.
Yes, and Von Dravius really, really went to a drag route.
Matt, what you got?
Pre-game, coach told him, hey, do not retaliate. Don't do anything. That right there was a sign that Van Dravius Jacobs is maturing as you get your helmet ripped off.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be hard for me not to get upset about that as E.J. White now fires. He finds Dre on the right side. Dre trying to turn it upfield. Flag in the backfield, and now another flag over on the sideline. And we may have offsetting penalties here.
Let's hope that's the case, because the first one's going to be holding most likely.
See what the official tells us here in just a moment. We're at 6:50 to go in the second quarter. What is the official going to say here? It's going to be a hold against Vero Beach and a face mask against Melbourne. Offset and redo. So it'll be first down and 10 at the 24.
I like
again.
I like the play. I like the way White's getting the ball out there to his to the receivers.
Yeah.
On that play, a lot of times it's Vondravius. White's got a strong arm.
He does. Very strong arm. Strong legs.
Yeah. He's just a freshman. He's going to learn. His ability is going to grow, and he's going to get better. As the coach gets more comfortable with him, he'll install more plays.
All right, reset at the 24, first down and 10. Twin receivers on either side. Oh, now the
got to
official.
put a face mouth guard in.
Yep. White on the keeper, right side. He bulls his way, but not much going there as he gets to the 25, so a yard gain.
Yeah, that play hasn't benefited him that much on those runs. He's only getting, I think his longest run on that play has been about 3 or 4 yards.
Agreed. They'll give him actually 2 yards and make it 2nd and 8. And that clock continues to roll here as we're at 6:22 and counting. Second quarter, Vero with a 6-0 lead. From the 26-yard line of Vero Beach, 2nd down and 8. Whiteley, he's looking to throw. Slips. Another slip on this turf tonight. And that one really hurts us because that's like a sack.
And somebody does get a sack on that one. Maybe the field turf. He reached up and grabbed him. That field is a lot slippier. We've seen that's about the 3rd or 4th time we see somebody lose their footing on this turf.
Lose 8 on the play.
Wow, that hurts.
Yeah.
You got a decent drive thing going, and all of a sudden, now you've got to get about 18, 16, 17 yards, get a first down.
Twin receivers on either side. Whiteley still at quarterback from the gun. He's looking left, want to fire. He's got Woolard, but Woolard wasn't going to get the first down either way, but it might have been a close enough for a 4th down try, but it falls incomplete. It brings up 4th down. We'll see the punt unit come out.
Yeah, that ball had to be thrown a little bit lower. That was high.
Yep.
There's no way. If Woolard would have caught it, he probably would have been out of bounds on that play. It was just you had a go route and you had a corner, a sideline corner route or a corner route.
Perez gets the snap. Punt is away. Good, high, towering punt. Is going to be a fair catch at the Vero 49. So Melbourne sensing a little bit of life here. It's 5:10 to go in the second quarter, and a timeout on the field for a water break. We'll step aside. Vero leads 6-0.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network, brought to you by Ohana Water Systems.
Back here at the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livingsfield, Paul Tipton, Gary Paris, Ronnie, Matt down on the sidelines. It's the Region 3 semifinal match, Melbourne and Vero Beach. Vero leading 6-0. Now Melbourne on another possession here from the Vero 49. And, boy, confusion as Turner had two receivers in the same area. Neither one of them were looking for a pass as it flew right by their ears.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
And we're okay with that.
Yeah, 18 and 24 did a pretty good job blocking, but nobody there to catch it. One of them was supposed to catch it.
That was your ball. No, that was yours.
No, what do you mean? I'm blocking for
that's you. Come on. I yield to the elder statesman here. It's yours. Second down and 10. 5:06 to go. Second quarter. Twin receivers on either side. Turner looking to fire over the middle field. Has a receiver. Santiago shakes off a tackle to the 30, 25, to the 20, down inside the 20.
That was a fantastic catch by Santiago. Santiago coming into this game had caught 33 passes and was averaging 16.9 yards a catch. He's already got 2 or 3 in this first half alone.
3 for 66 for Santiago.
And he has 6 touchdowns also.
Not tonight, but overall, yes. 6-0 lead. Handoff right side. Lambert shakes off the tackle, and he's going to score. 16-yard run by Wesley Lambert. And that is going to, for the moment, tie Vero Beach at 6.
Yeah, that's a great run, a great ability to avoid tackles as his legs are strong. He went right over a defender from Vero Beach who tried to come in and knock him down. You don't knock that kid down. That kid's got some strong legs.
4.5 to go in the second quarter here. And we'll wait to see if Causey can take the lead here with the extra point, and does. 7-6 lead. Bulldogs take the lead.
HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
Bulldogs. Little squibbish kick. Hillsman gets it, trying to turn it upfield, goes wide to the other side of the field, and went a whole lot of
He went 54
lateral
yards.
before he ever got vertical.
He went 54 yards to pick up 4 yards.
So that last drive, Gary, by Melbourne started at the Vero 49. They went 3 plays, 49 yards, and a 16-yard run by Wesley Lambert. The extra point gives the Bulldogs the lead.
That was a good drive, well executed.
Vero's going to start down by 1 from their own 29-yard line, 1st down and 10. Whiteley, he's looking to throw, looking for his receiver. Yeah, here comes some flags as he was looking for Brock Thomas, and there's going to be a defensive pass interference coming. And the Bulldog fans do not like it, but my goodness, I mean, he just about got tackled. I guess they think that you can just tackle the guy when...
Well, what happens is that he wrapped his arm around his waist, and it was trying to not let him get by in that play. I don't know if he would have ever caught the ball if he hadn't a pass interference.
I don't think so,
but still, it's
in this league, it doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. Well, not it just was a high throw, but he didn't have a chance to catch it.
So spotted at the 44-yard line of Vero Beach. First down and 10. Whiteley, again, looking to throw. Rolls out to the right. Fires. Went down as he let it go. It's incomplete.
You know, he had a wide receiver, Vondravius Jacobs, wide open about the 45-yard. He rolled out of there. He broke off the route, came back to the ball, and he just did not see him at that time. I'm going to say panicked. He saw another receiver. Instead of taking the sack, he threw it over there.
Second down and 10. Twins on either side. Handoff up the middle. Hillsman almost, and I think he's got enough for a first down. About a 10-yard run here.
Yeah, I think he's very close to it. Depends where they mark it.
Yeah, looks like he's just shy. So it'll be third and short. What a nice little run by Jonathan Hillsman, another freshman.
There you go. There's 3 on this team, 2 on offense and 1 on defense.
Jonathan comes in here. He's had 34 carries for 215 yards. Picks up 9.5 on that one. White back into the ball game. Shakes off one tackle, turns it upfield, and he's got a first down as he gets to the 40.
You get to give him the 39 on that play. It looked like he was going to be trapped in the backfield.
Yeah.
And you saw the great athleticism he has, that ability to.
Well, I tell you what, when he plants his foot and goes, wow.
He's got some speed.
Spotted at the Bulldog 39. First down and 10. Again, White off the right side. This time is about a 3-yard gain. Clock's at 2:50 and counting, second quarter. Melbourne leading 7-6.
You like to put 7 on it, take a lot of the clock off the board.
Melbourne gets the ball to start the third quarter. Trips to the left side. Whiteley fires. He's got Dre on a screen. Dre shakes off a couple tackles, but too many white shirts there. It'll be a minimal gain, maybe about 3.
Tried a little slip screen with him out there, and he only picks up, like you said, third down now. And it's third and about 5 yards to go. You got 2 down territory here.
Move to the Bulldog 34. Third and 5 as we hit 2 minutes to go, second quarter. Whiteley, he's looking to throw. Got time, fires, and he's going to airmail this one all the way about 9 yards deep into the end zone.
I don't know who he was throwing. Vondravius had pulled up about 10 yards short, and he threw that one into the end zone. I don't think Vondravius was running a post, it didn't look like on that play.
All right. Coach Jay's going to switch him out. He's going to bring EJ back in on a 4th and 5.
Boy, we need to get a first down here. We really do, because you don't want to give the ball back to them with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and they got 3 timeouts.
How about this, Gary? 2 freshmen in the backfield, quarterback and running back.
Yeah.
EJ fires over the middle. He's got Gwynn at the 20-yard line. Great catch by Nate Gwynn, who just sat right there in the soft part of the zone. That's Brock.
Yeah, that's Brock Thomas made that catch. He settled right in there in the zone area, and made that catch. Good job, Brock.
Picks up 14. First and 10. White rolls out right, fires. Dre over on that side to the 15.
Dre's trying to back up and get a couple yards. He needs to stay forward. Just take your time. You got plenty of time. You only got to get about 14 yards here.
Vero still has 2 timeouts remaining. Clock continues to tick here with 1:12 and counting. Second down and 4 coming up at the 14. White Keeper, left side, turns it upfield. Oh, he just tripped up, gets to the 5, but it's a first down. It'll be first and goal. So clock will stop with 55 seconds.
I tell you what, this field is a lot loose than we thought. I mean, it looks good, and but that was another slip right there.
Going to hurry it up here. First and goal at the 5. And Melbourne's going to take a timeout. They want to get things slowed down just a little bit. 44 seconds to go in the quarter. Second quarter, Vero Beach on the move. It'll be first and goal when we come back.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
Caps Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Caps offers Italian cuisine, including pizzas, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Caps Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
Well, Vero Beach is on the move. They're at the 5-yard line where it'll be first and goal with 44 seconds to go. Melbourne took a timeout because Vero Beach wanted to stay tempo here and keep them on their heels. But Coach David Kintai decided, nope, let's take a timeout. Let's get our guys organized here a little bit, see what we can do. Maybe we can shut them down here. All right, looks like we may have brought in one of our defensive linemen. Kesney Brown is going to line up on the offensive right there, the right guard position. Keeper by E.J. White, and he just goes right down the lane for the 5-yard score.
That was a beautiful run. Good job by that offensive line as they were able to just boom right in behind Batchelor and Brown on the right side over there.
All right, Gary, it looks like they're bringing Lewis out. Kind of interesting, maybe go for 2 here?
I think you're right. I would have thought that too. I thought I'd run the same play I just ran, but.
Hall gets the snap. Brock gets the hold, and boy, Jesse just booms it through. Makes it a 13-7 lead now for Vero Beach.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
Yes, it was.
81 yards, 10 plays. 5-yard run by E.J. White. Boy, did those C's just part there for him to run down that lane. Little line drive kick by Perez, and it's going to bounce all the way into the end zone for the touchback.
Yeah, that was a great drive. That is, we were talking to Matt when we were doing that break, and he said that was a good statement drive. And the comment was great. It's a good, because it said, okay, you just scored on us. We turn around. And now we've gone down the field and scored on you. So,
all right, Gary, you got Melbourne now with 40 seconds. They've got 2 timeouts. They start from their own 20. What do you think?
Well, I most likely you got to be careful here. You don't want to turn the ball over and give Vero an opportunity again. I think they run the ball. And now there's going to be a illegal substitution.
By which team? I guess it's Vero Beach.
Oh, my goodness gracious alive. How many times do we have to get called for that? That has been...
All right, so 1st and 5. 4 down lineman for Vero. Turner's looking to throw. forced out. It finds Santiago, and it'll be a first down as he gets to the 39.
Yeah, you're gonna take with 2 timeouts. You can throw a pass to the sideline and step out right there. He did a good job. The quarterback, it's rolled to his right. Santiago just stops. You got one receiver going deeper, and he stops right there, and it's a good throw, good play.
So they're going to line up 3 receivers on the left side, a single to the right. 33 seconds to go. First down and 10 from their own 39. Pressure coming. Looked like a hold. Passes away. And Clark able to get to about the 47-yard line.
Wow, there should have been a call.
Timeout taken by Melbourne.
Should have been a call on the left side that time.
Oh, my goodness.
Is he one of our defensive ends? I think that may have been Brown. I wasn't sure.
I mean, look, it was a fair, legitimate hold against Quincy Rogers a little while ago. He literally just grabbed a hold of it. Same thing just happened here on the left offensive side. So
Coach Bethel is would talk to the official on his way out. Said, "Hey, look, when a man wraps your arm around you and tries to slow you down, that's generally called holding."
Hey, got one here for you, Gary. Good sports programs need good officials. You can stay connected to interscholastic competition by becoming an FHSAA contest official. Boy, that sounds right up your alley. There's a need for officials at all levels in all sports. You can help fill those needs. If you want to do that, you just go becomeanofficial.org.
Hey, listen, those guys deserve it. They earn it. They work hard. I don't always agree with them, but I do thank them, and I do appreciate them doing it.
2nd and 1. Turner fires. Receiver, nearly intercepted. DJ Williams was right there.
I'm going to tell you, I'm watching that left side that time. Pollock Campbell lined up and come flying. He got his face mask grabbed, and they didn't see it. Bethel is really talking to the official about that. That's twice now.
3rd and 1 at the Bulldog 48. 19 seconds to go. Turner again looking to throw. Steps up, fires over the middle, and he airmails it. Boy, Perez had a beat on it. He couldn't get his hands on it. Brings up 4th down.
Yeah, that's, again, the pressure is making him throw. He stepped up and threw a little quicker than he wanted to, and he went sailing high that time.
14 seconds. Clock stops on the incomplete.
Well, I think with 14 seconds, what they're going to do, they're going to punt it.
Yeah.
Or they may try to draw Vero offside.
Well, your quarterback's your punter, so, you got options.
Hey, you got to watch the fake here. You definitely got to watch the fake.
Yeah, I think Vero now, Dre was going to go back deep, but now they're bringing him up. They want to be prepared for this one. Turner back deep. He is going to punt it away. End over end punt. Vero's get away from it. And they'll down it right at the 20-yard line. So 5 seconds to go. All right, if you're Vero, Gary, do you just take a knee and go to the locker room with a 13-7 lead?
Well, you don't have a Hail Mary to go 80 yards.
No, you don't, but, you've got Vondravius Jacobs.
Yeah, well, you do that. Now, that makes a big difference, too, but you could run the hook and ladder, where you run the hook and then you lateral it out.
So E.J. White is in at quarterback.
I guarantee you, I am all over one. He would know what kind of gum I'm chewing.
E.J. from the gun. Vero starting from their 21. Looking to throw, and he will go down with a sack. And that'll do it for the first half of play. Vero Beach will go to the locker room with a 6-point lead.
And that one's got to be on the quarterback there because he's got to step up in the pocket. He has got to step up in the pocket and help out there because you
All right, let's go down to Matt, who's got Coach Jay.
Coach, how about that drive that we just had? Basically a statement drive for your offense.
Yeah, I mean, we had some opportunities early that we squandered. We're in a dogfight, which we predicted, and so it's a great, state playoff game. We've got to come out and clean some things up after, getting in there at halftime and hopefully play a little better second half.
All right, Coach, I appreciate your time. Let you get to the players. Back to you guys.
13-7 lead for Vero Beach as they head to the locker room. Coming up, we've got the Genesis Church halftime show featuring women of the Fighting Indians with host Bobby Paris. That's coming up here on the Vero Nation Network and Christian FM. This is Fighting Indians football.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest stone. Visit us at gcvero.com.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
Welcome to the Fighting Indians halftime show, brought to you by Genesis Church. Here's your host, Bobby Paris.
Welcome back for more of Women of Fighting Indians football. This is Bobby Paris, and I have the privilege of interviewing the moms of our senior varsity football players. Tonight, my special guest is the beautiful April Goddard, and she is the mother to number 58, Parker Goddard. He is one of our linebackers. He is 6'2". He is 170 pounds and a big boy to be reckoned with on that team. So welcome, April.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is about you. Okay, so everyone is busy this time of year, April. They cram everything in, and I say this all the time to my moms, between August and December. And then we have to have storms. Mother Nature kind of throws her little thing in there, plus homecoming and then all the holidays, So how do you keep the Goddard house organized?
Surprisingly enough, as old as my kids are, I still have a chore chart.
Oh, good for you. Awesome. Does that include your husband?
Well, he is his own.
Miami.
Yeah, he's his own honeydewer.
Oh,
so
good.
he has his own lists, and so I leave his alone. But yeah, chore chart for the boys still at home. Crock pot meals a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Sticky notes.
Mm-hmm.
My office is covered in sticky notes and random calendars that I put down and then forget where I put them and then find them a week later. Yeah. Lots of notebooks. Yeah. I'm a writer, so I write everything down and I have to, or else I lose it all.
That's it. That's okay. And the forever wonderful cell phone that I didn't have the privilege of having when my sons were playing, but those things, you think now we go crazy if we can't find it. Yes. Spend half our life looking for cell phones. Anyway, well, that's good. So you do keep it organized, and being able to stay home and work does help. So you're there. All right. And I imagine Parker is driving at this point.
Yes.
So that helps.
Goodness.
Yes. That is always, we fear it, but in the long run, it's an answer to prayer.
Thank you.
All right. We've had an amazing season and still going strong. And we're in the playoffs. And these coaches, the coaches at Vero Beach High School and our booster club and everyone involved, from the band to the cheerleaders. And of course, I can't forget the 12th man in the huddle, who are the fans, our fan base up in the stands. What a wonderful group. It's a community effort. It truly is. They feed them. There's so much every day that they do for these boys. Tell me how you feel about this program.
Well, we came from Texas 2 years ago, and, football in Texas is also a way of life. It's just, that's how it is. But I have to say that group of coaches, the booster club, the entire community here is unlike anything I've even seen in Texas. And it's just amazing, the support that they give these boys and the coaching staff, even if like the coach isn't one of Parker's coaches, like his major coach, his position coach, they still check on him. And, they know us and, will talk to us if we see him in town or, before or after a game. Well, not before a game. We don't ever see him before a game, but after the game, when they're coming out and it's just a wonderful family community, just a bond that football's like unlike anything else. So it's an amazing, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is. And I think these boys, I know from my son's experiences in high school and then they went on and played college, but there's a brotherhood there.
Absolutely.
And so, and you're right. It's like a family and you embrace that. And so that's wonderful. It is. Vero Beach is very special that way. Women of Fighting Indians football will continue right after this.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest on. Visit us at gcvero.com.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
The Fighting Indians halftime show is brought to you by Genesis Church. Once again, Bobby Paris.
Welcome back. I'm Bobby Paris as we continue with Women of Fighting Indians football. Tonight, my special guest is the beautiful April Goddard. Did you grow up in a sports family? And if you didn't, did you play sports in school?
My dad played basketball until he graduated from high school, and then he went into the military. He was in the Air Force. My mom really didn't. She was just a mom. Yeah. So I did grow up playing sports. I played softball and not basketball. As tall as I am, I get that asked all the time, but I did not play basketball. I played volleyball and I was a cheerleader all through high school and I absolutely loved it. So to see our cheerleaders, and I have to brag on them a little bit just outside of, Parker and football, but our cheerleaders are amazing, are absolutely amazing. And I love to see what they do. And they give it literally everything they have every game. And it's awesome to watch and see.
And I am one of these that says cheerleading is as much an athlete as those boys out there. They work so hard and they really are great at it. I mean, and of course now we have competition cheerleading and everything. So kudos to our cheerleaders. They keep it going. They really do. And our band people. I mean, they work so hard, and those band parents and everything. So yeah, I'm just can't say enough about it. I'm big on student athlete. I talk about this every time, with student being, of course, number one. So how is Parker in the classroom?
Parker really does enjoy school. He says that he doesn't like any, I guess, normal teenage boy, but he does enjoy his classes, and he really does like the teachers here. It's a whole different dynamic than what we had been used to in Texas, and he really enjoys it. And they take the time to get to know their kids, at least from what Parker said. And so he does enjoy it. And education to me is the utmost priority, even before football.
Sure. Has to be a priority.
But yeah, he is, and he does it. He enjoys school, and it is very important in our house.
And it is difficult at this age sometimes to know what they want to do. What does Parker talk about?
Parker has talked about anywhere from being a firefighter to a state trooper to military, possibly. He's got 4 older siblings that have pretty much run the gamut on all things. He has an older brother that's in the military. He has an older brother that plays college baseball.
Oh, good.
His older sister is a state employee in the prison system in Texas.
Wow.
And then his next oldest brother is in college here at Indian River and going for PLC programming. So he's not exactly sure what he wants to do 100%. He wants to play football,
Sure.
in the next level, but
Sure.
he's just kind of still open. He's
Sure.
a very open book.
Yeah. All right. Now, 3 priorities for your children. I don't care how old they are. With number 1 being the most important. What would that be?
Without a doubt, Christ-centered. We are a very faith-based family. We're not perfect.
That's why we have.
But that's why we have church, and that's why we have our church family.
Right.
But that is the most important to me, because without that, then there's nothing that ties everything together. So having the Christ-centered family, Christ-centered, literally everything. So everything, stems from that. So that would go into my number 2, would just be a good human, So, and then after that is just be happy.
Yeah.
Follow your heart and what God leads you to do.
Right.
And you're going to be successful.
That's right.
As long as you follow that.
That's right. I have so enjoyed talking to you, April, and getting to know the Goddard family a little better. We, as always, will be sitting up in the stands and yelling loud and proud and watching number 58, Parker, help us get to a winning season. Yes. And that's what's going to happen, because I just have faith. Anyway, it's been a pleasure. And as we end this, we always say, Go Fighting Indians!
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest home. Visit us at gcvero.com.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
The Fighting Indians halftime show is brought to you by Genesis Church. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, welcome back here to the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livings Field, home side of the Vero Beach Fighting Indians, and also the home side of the Region 3 semifinal match between Melbourne and Vero Beach, where currently right now Vero Beach is leading 13-7 over Melbourne. Let's take a look at the Durfee's Heating and Cooling first half stats. For Melbourne, they had 41 yards on the ground, 116 through the air on the ground. It was Lambert leading the way, 5 carries for 40 yards and a score. Turner on the night is 9 of 14, 116 yards through the air. He's hit Clark 4 times for 27 yards. Santiago 4 times for 80 yards. The Bulldogs have had 4 first downs. They've had 6 penalties for 69 yards, so a total of 157 yards of offense in the first half, and only 7 points to show for it. For Vero Beach, 205 yards of offense, 76 on the ground. Rogers with 5 carries, 35 yards. White's got 11 carries for 40 yards and a score. Hillsman 1 for 9, and Whiteley 1 for -8 on that sack. White through the air tonight, 3 of 5, 33 yards. Whiteley is 7 of 13, 96 yards and a touchdown, 129 yards total. Jacobs has got 4 catches, 65 yards. Woolard's got 3 for 39. Rogers 1 for 7. That was our touchdown score. Rogers went out with an injury right after that score. Hillsman 1 for 4, and Thomas 1 for 14. 7 first downs tonight for the Fighting Indians in the first half. 6 penalties, a little over 25 yards, and 13 points. It's a 13-7 lead, Gary.
Yeah, that was a good first half. It was, again, I like that drive we made. Excuse me. I like that drive we made that right after they scored. So the momentum we took away from that, and we got it back to our side on the field. I think that was very important to be up 13-7 at halftime. Now you got to come down. It's 2 quarters left in this ball game. You're up by 6 points, and now you've got to protect your lead, and you want to be able to, if they score, you've got to be able to match their score to try to keep that comfort. You'd like to get this game to a 2-possession game if you could, but you really just want to win it because it's tough to win in the playoffs.
Defensively, Gary, Bucky Rojas, as expected, leading with 4 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss, and Kesney Brown's got 4 tackles as well. So a couple of our defensive leaders tonight stepping up again as usual.
They do a good job. You see those guys. We haven't mentioned Campbell's name much, but it's not because he's not trying. He's putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback as he is able to force him to hurry some throws and everything, Paul, and that's what you look for. That young man is Turner. Their quarterback has done a good job of avoiding some sacks. We got him one time for a sack.
All right, well, let's take a quick look at the scoreboard while we have a chance. Well, actually, you know what? Before we do that, let's go down to the sideline and check in with the guys and see what was said in the locker room as we get set for the second half. We'll start with Ronnie Self. Hey, Ron.
Hey, Paul. Overall, they're very happy with the way the defense has played in the first half there. He basically went over you guys got to remember, you got to know your assignment. You got to be in your area. You got to cornerbacks and linebackers. You got to, after you make your reads, you got to make your drops and be sure you're in the right place. And just come out and play good, hard defense again. Come out and, as Coach said, let's come out and dominate here in the second half.
I like the sound of that. Let's see what Coach Jay had to say to the offense, Matt.
Guys, offensively, Coach Jay thought that we left some points out there on the field. We had opportunities. And it really came down to some of the offensive line play, which we knew was going to be a big thing tonight. You got to win the trenches. And he basically just challenged the guy, not just Coach Jay, but all the coaches that were saying, guys, take it personal. Every play, you take it personal that you beat your man. And he finished off with, guys, let's not be selfish. Let's play as a team. And he said that to the entire team. And like Ronnie said, he just yelled out, dominate.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. As we'll get set to start the second half here in just a moment. While we have this time, let's take a look at the scoreboard right now and see what's going on around with some of these other games. In particular interest, winner of tonight's game will face the winner of the Treasure Coast Kissimmee Osceola game. And right now, Treasure Coast at half is leading over Kissimmee Osceola 7-3. So if Vero Beach wins tonight, they will host the winner of that game. It doesn't matter who wins or loses in that game. Vero Beach will host no matter what. So if it's Kissimmee or Treasure Coast, they can be here. Currently, Treasure Coast leading. Bartram Trail, who's considered the number 1 in the 4S class, is leading over Creekside 28-7. Riverview, Sarasota, and Riverview, Sarasota leading in the first quarter 14-0. Lehigh taking on Venice tonight. It's a 6-0 lead for Venice. Lakeland leading over Mitchell 13-10. Winter Haven and Lake Mineola leading 21-14. Crestview and Buchholz are playing tonight, and it's a 20-14 lead for Buchholz right now. And those are the games that are being played right now as we speak. So, Gary, it'd be interesting if Treasure Coast ends up winning that game. It could be an interesting rematch if Vero holds on to the lead.
Yeah, and that would not surprise me that Treasure Coast wins that game. You know, that's they're capable. We said that if things go our way, we would have a good shot of playing Treasure Coast in the third round, as we did at last year or year before, and
yeah.
So but we got first of all we got to take care of our job. Let's do our job here. Defense has got to come out and they've got to do a good job of getting the ball back to us. I mean, they got to do and I say this, they've had some movement. I think the stats you showed, they only got 4 first downs, but they've had some big plays.
They have.
And so it's a great game. It's, I hated to see us miss that extra point or got blocked on that extra point. That wasn't a miss. That was just a block.
It was.
He never had a chance on that one.
Hey, if you want to keep in touch with what's going on in the league, so to speak, the Florida High School Activity Association League, well, you can do that. A good way to do that is on social media. FHSAA is on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. So you can tweet us, like us, tag us on your social platforms by searching for FHSAA. Keep up with the teams and people who strive to make high school athletics in the state of Florida the best. Be a fan of it all by following us on social media at FHSAA. We get set to start this second half of play here. Melbourne won the coin toss at the beginning of the game. They deferred to the second half, so they're going to receive the ball to start this third quarter, down by 6, 13-7. And as we stated, winner of tonight's game will face the winner of the Treasure Coast Osceola game.
Paul got some good news there at halftime about Quincy Rogers. He is up walking.
Okay.
He is walking around. It's not. He's trying to find out if he can get it to where he can play. He's really working hard. He wants to get back in this game. Will they let him in? I don't know. But he is out walking around. He is working, trying to do a little jogging on it.
All right, we're set to start the second half of play. Perez is going to kick this one high. It's a short pooch, but flag. And it's going to be an offsides on Vero Beach. So move them back 5 yards. Let's re-kick. And now it was going to be that short pooch kick, Gary. Maybe Cam tries to boot this one.
Yeah, again, that was not a bad idea. It was to try to get down. But the problem is you must time it. That official is standing right there. Of course, Teddy Floyd's on the sideline, and Teddy's giving him an earful, asking him, about why'd you, he was okay, he seemed to be all right. And the official said nope. And that was one of our faster guys going downfield. Got to wait.
All right. Re-tee. Get set to re-kick. Perez. They're going to go again with the short pooch. And this one's really short. And ball, it was a fair catch call, and he got hit. So flags are coming in. He was waving, and, the young man's still down for Melbourne. He was waving the fair catch signal, and then contact was made. So, that's going to be a penalty.
That's a wham bam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The hands up, but you're going down.
Hey, man, how did you see from your angle?
Well, from us, it was a bang, bang, but he actually looked like he fumbled the ball first, and then he got hit. That was a clear fumble, and then he got hit.
That's what I thought too, Matt. I'll be honest with you. I thought he put his hand up, and the ball went through, and it hit him. And I think it was a fumble, but then he got hit.
It was. He, in fact, you just right through the old breadbasket. You try to put your elbows together. It hit him in the breastplate and just went straight down. And then he took a hit, and that should be Indians' ball. But there are flags on the field, so it doesn't look like it's going to go for us.
Well, I think they're discussing it. Right now to see.
They are.
What the play was. I thought he ran up. I saw the hand go up, but when the ball went through his chest, then he becomes live because he reached down to try to grab it.
Once the ball goes through his hands, you are correct. But if he catches it and we hit him, obviously that's not good. But the ball did go through his hands.
Yes.
And then he actually, that's when he got hit. And he does not have a right to it once the ball is
No. He lost his rights of a free catch when the ball went through his hands.
That's right.
All right, so they're still tending to him as the young man is still on the ground, and his training staff are over there towards the Indian sideline, and the officiating crew had a nice conference there, so we'll see what they're going to say about this.
They're leaving the flag down.
And they're going to call it against Vero Beach. Boy, and Coach Jay is not happy about that. But the Melbourne faithful enjoy it.
I think Jay would like to talk to the official, get a chance to ask him what.
Yeah, I go. Let's go back down to Matt.
Yeah, obviously, guys, we have the film down here so we can see what's going on, and it was clear the ball was out and on the ground by the time, just about on the ground before we even clipped him at all.
Hey, Matt, while you're there, and I hate to put you on the spot here, but tonight we've seen particularly our team has slipped quite a bit. What can you tell about the turf? Is there something different about the turf tonight?
No, I don't know. You know what? That's funny because I was in the locker room and I was sitting next to EJ and Jake, and I started to ask them, like, hey, what's going on with the footing? And, but then Coach Jay called him over, so I didn't get a chance to ask them. But, obviously we go from taking the ball right here, Paul, to they are going to get excellent field position with that call.
Yeah, and again, I feel bad for the young man, but the call is the call, and football is a tough game. He put the fair catch up, and again, to our audience, the ball went through his hands, and it hit the ground, and he is live bait. I feel bad, and it's a fumble.
Yeah.
And it's a muff ball, and we have a chance to recover it right there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you don't have replay in high school, so this couldn't be like a challenge or anything like that, and you have to go based off of, the officials have to go based on what they thought they saw. And that's it.
No, that's it. They did get to the middle of the field. I did like that they got together and they did talk about it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I believe the flag was thrown from the back judge. It was all the way probably about our 30-yard line and threw it in. So I don't know from his angle, could he actually see what was going on there? I don't know, but.
You're not going to change his mind. Coach Jay's giving him his opinion of what they saw, and the referee's got to come over and give him what they thought they saw and tell him what we saw. We saw his hand go up, and it was bam, bam.
Yeah.
It was a bam, bam. And because you got instant replay in college and pros, that would have been a reverse call on that play. But in high school, you don't. You have to live with the decision that's on the field.
Now, during the regular season, there's only 5 officials assigned to a game. During the playoffs, you actually have 7. So we have 2 extra officials than what we would normally see in a game. You would think that with having 2 extra officials that you might be able to see a little bit more of what's happening on the field, but apparently not.
Well, I would have thought the sideline guy would be the closest one to him. That's that checks your offsides and all. He's moving down now he threw the flag too, but you would have thought that he would have saw that ball bounce through, and that's again, I can't fault them with they saw bam bam. If that's what they saw, then that's what you're going to get called.
Right.
And we can sit here and beat it all we want to, beat it up, but again, it's unfortunate the young man. I just hope he's okay.
Yeah, he's been down quite a bit. They have the golf cart out there right now. I assume that they're probably going to try to transport him either to the sideline or maybe, I don't know, maybe they're going to try to take him over to the – yeah. So we'll see. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. We're about to start the third quarter here pretty soon. We'll be back.
WSCF Vero Beach.
Christian FM.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
This is Vero Beach Fighting Indians football on Christian FM. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, we're set to start the third quarter, but on the opening kickoff of the third quarter, they had an injury to one of the Melbourne Bulldog players, and it's taken a while. They are trying to get him set up here with, I don't know if they're going to try to get him on the golf cart or what, but they may be bringing some paramedics over to take a look at him. So why don't we go back down the sideline and check in with Matt?
Watching the film on this, he did take a hit, but it was from his own guy. That really is what probably did the damage, because we barely clipped him in the hip, but his own man came and rolled him over. And that's what, and I'm not sure exactly where he is, but he is definitely, they got his pads off, and he's on his side, so not sure exactly what they're doing, but I don't know if they're waiting for the paramedics or someone to come out. Here come the paramedics. But, yeah, that was his own guy. That was not a Vero guy that caused whatever the young man's got right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, when things are happening at a fast pace like that, you just never know. Sometimes it's the opponent, sometimes it's friendly fire. And we'll see the paramedic staff is on its way out there now to take a look at him. While we have this moment here, let me remind you, the Florida High School Athletic Association recognizes its corporate partners who help make the FHSAA football championships possible. Team IP, the official merchandising company of the FHSAA, Gatorade, Thirst Quencher, Main Light Events, the official photo company, Spectrum Sports, the official television partner, and Max Preps, official scores and statistics, GoFan, official online ticket provider, and the NFHS Network, the official online partner of the FHSAA, Wilson, provider of the official game ball. So currently we have one of the Melbourne Bulldog players down. We've got paramedics taking a look at the young man right now, and they're trying to evaluate him and see what they can do about getting him some medical attention. I don't know if we're going to need to bring out a stretcher and take him, transport him to the hospital, but definitely our prayers are with that young man and his teammates. This is, Gary, probably one of the hardest things players have to deal with. You know it's inevitable that injuries are going to happen, but when it's a stoppage and play like this, that's really tough.
It is. It really is. And again, yeah, my heart, your heart breaks for the kid because
right.
you hope he's okay. I mean, again, it was a bam play, and again, you can look at all the TV you want to, and he dropped the ball, and he became a live target at that time, and unfortunately he got hit by his own guy, and winged by ours on the side, but it's just all we can do is pray for him and hope that he's safe.
Absolutely.
And that's part of the game. I mean,
yeah.
It's unfortunate. There's going to be injuries in the game. There's going to be some shots or hits like that. Sometimes that happens. But
so I want to give a shout-out, Gary. We were told that I guess it's Hurricane Wings in Sebastian regularly watches the games on YouTube there at the restaurant. So give them a shout-out a little bit and know that, hey, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys supporting us here. And I think our buddy Steve likes to hang out down there.
Yeah, Steve. We see him every Tuesday night when we go to Caps, and he's there as like you just expect to see him there.
Yeah.
And he talks about it, and we give a shout out to him.
Speaking of the Coach's Corner, we will have one on Tuesday night, and Gary will be there, so that's reason enough to go because Gary will be there. But Coach Jay will also be there. And usually we bring a couple players down and have a good just chat about football, and it's a good time. So you're welcome to come join us at Caps Tuesday night as we'll be filming the Coach's Corner there. Begins at 6 p.m. So it's always a good time.
I think they're making a room on the side of the track for the ambulance to come around. They moved back the cloth, the cleat cloth, they call it, and they got it moved back so the ambulance could. Now they're moving the tent. So they're taking him to the hospital, being precautious about that. So
Yeah, and probably a good call, too. So, all right, we'll step aside. We'll come back in a few minutes, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to some football action here. Fighting Indians lead here. We're about to start the third quarter. It's 13-7. Vero Beach leading over Melbourne here in the Region 3 semifinal match.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Jeremiah's Italian Ice loves our Vero Beach Fighting Indians. Jeremiah's offers over 40 flavors of Italian ice and 2 flavors of soft serve ice cream. The showcase of the menu is layering the 2 together for their gelati. Located off State Road 60 in the Marshalls Plaza, Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Live life to the coolest.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
Welcome back. This is the 2022 FHSAA State Series Championship games, and this is the Region 3 semifinal match. Melbourne High School taking on Vero Beach at the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livings Field. We're about to start the third quarter, and actually we did get the kickoff when an injury took place to one of the Melbourne players, and they've been evaluating him right now. It looks like they may be working to get the ambulance close to him so that they can maybe put him on the gurney and then get him to probably the hospital for further evaluation. So hopefully we can get this game resumed here very soon. It's a 13-7 lead for Vero Beach. Winner of this game will take on Treasure Coast or Osceola next week. If Vero Beach wins, they would host the game. Right now, Treasure Coast is leading over Osceola 7-3, and that game was at halftime. Vero Beach currently leading 13-7. Gary, tomorrow you got an early morning. You go over to Orlando to cover UCF, who's got Navy, and they're going to do a little something different here. 11 a.m. kickoff.
Yeah, that's a ESPN promises certain conferences a certain number of national games on TV, national television coverage, and you're guaranteed so many. They've guaranteed us 4, and then one of them is. This at 11 o'clock will be the only game at 11 o'clock. Now, they've done this starting in November to fulfill their contract. And it's really an experiment with that. What they're trying to do is to see what kind of TV attention. It will be the only game at 11 o'clock in the morning. Now, you talk to UCF and their fans, and you don't really like 11 o'clock
no
game.
Yeah.
But it's not unusual because, in the a 12 o'clock game Eastern time for the 12 o'clock kickoff, if you play in Central time, it's at 11 o'clock.
True.
So, you see other schools do it, but this one is a experiment for the East Coast teams to do one at 11 o'clock.
Well, it's an interesting experiment.
I know.
I'm not sure that, as a longtime broadcaster, I'm not sure I totally understand the logic behind it, but it'll be interesting to see what the results show them for maybe future games. I don't know.
I think that's what they're looking at, Paul. They got to do 4 of them this month, not with us, but different schools in our conference, and so. It's interesting. It's interesting to see.
It is.
And it's not like it's just the ideal. Like it's 11 o'clock. It means you go on the air at 9 o'clock, and it means you got. For me, I got to leave here around 6:30 to get up there, just to be in time to get on the air, or give me an hour to get all my stuff together up there to get on the air.
See, the only people that I see that really would like this is any of our Canadian fans up there in Nova Scotia area that are in Atlantic time zone, because now, that actually works for them. It's a noon kickoff.
Navy is a good team. Navy is they're a team that's 3-7, but they're a lot better than their 3-7. They've lost 4 games by a touchdown or less.
See, folks, we even do this in college. We're talking about a good 3-7 team.
Yeah, really, it's amazing that. But they do run the triple option, and not many schools still run the triple option.
Here again, sounds familiar, doesn't it?
In college, so.
Well, I'll give you a quick update. The game between Treasure Coast and Osceola has moved to the 4th quarter now, and it's still a 7-3 lead for Treasure Coast. So going into the 4th quarter with a 4-point lead. Not a bad situation for Treasure Coast.
Paul, this is tough on both teams.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me which team has the momentum here coming in, of course, the 15-yard penalty is going to give them a great advantage right there. They start the game second half in Vero's territory.
Yeah.
And so you've got that advantage. But now you've got to try to get some momentum going and try to get into rhythm and get some in sync with your team. Now, by being in rhythm and in sync means that your quarterback has got to have everybody, the line working right. He's got to be able to read. He's got to do all the things he's supposed to do, and everybody's got to do their thing too. So if one of those components gets out of sync, then you have a messed up play.
Yes, you do. Well said.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, boy. Well, the ambulance has now made its way closer to where the young man is on the field, and so it looks like they'll be able to get a stretcher to him and then maybe get him into the ambulance and take him to our Indian River County Hospital and get him evaluated here. Certainly hope that it's not as serious as it appears. And certainly our prayers are with him as they'll get him situated here shortly. And, Gary, I mean, at this point, it's like, it's like another halftime here.
Yeah,
and these guys are going to have to, and they're going to have to get both physically and mentally ready to play this game again here in just a little bit.
Well, the officials may give them a few minutes to go warm up, too.
Yeah.
To stretch out into
and it's a cool night, it's so might need a little stretching and warming up. Of course, we're talking about 15 to 18-year-olds. It probably doesn't take them quite as long as you and I.
You're right. Good point.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, we'll take another break. We'll come back, and we'll see if we can get to third quarter action here between Melbourne and Vero Beach. And Fighting Indians are leading 13-7 over the Bulldogs here in the Region 3 semifinal.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
Well, good to see. We believe it's Ryan Cabrera is the injured Melbourne player, and they got him on a stretcher. They are loading him into the ambulance now, and we'll be taking him to the hospital for further evaluation. And again, just cannot express enough. Our hearts and our prayers are with the young man, and hope the best for him, and wish him if he is injured, truly injured, we want to wish him a speedy recovery. We just pray that the injuries are minimal.
Well said, and yeah, that has a little bit of an impact on players, especially if you're been involved in it out there and in the play. You just it's part of the game. It's just unfortunate.
And Gary, I don't even know if this is the right question to ask, but is it going to be more challenging for Melbourne to get back get focused and into this game, or is it more challenging for Vero?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure. I think it's always harder for the offense to find some rhythm and get your sync. Defense is going to come off that ball hard, and they don't have to worry except about their assignment, and as long as they wrap up and tackle. I think it's an advantage here would be for Vero, in my opinion. Now, they watch them score on the first play. But that's my thoughts.
I guess what I'm ultimately asking is for Melbourne, who just watched one of their players leave in an ambulance, is it harder for them to get focused now because they might be thinking about their teammate?
Yeah, I think their hearts. You're going to play for them now. Mm-hmm. You might get a little momentum here. You might get that. Let's play for Brian. Let's make it. Or Ryan, rather. Let's work for him. Let's play for him. That's one of ours. He's one of ours, and it was not a cheap shot, or it wasn't anything like that. It was just a mishandled ball, and it was contact made, and so the penalty was because he put a fair catch up, and again the official thought that the ball hit, and he had his hand up. And he didn't, and somebody caused the fumble, and he thought it was going to be Vero Beach caused that fumble. So,
yeah. Let's check in with Ronnie.
If the official that was on the sideline here where it happened said that the ball went through his hands. The official that threw the flag from 40 yards away said that we interfered with the catch.
Okay.
So that's the explanation.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks, Ronnie. Appreciate that. All right. Third quarter is finally about to get underway here as teams are back out on the field. The offensive unit is out there, and they'll start from the Vero 43. Handoff, working the right side. Indians string it out, and nowhere to go. Good job by that Indian defense.
Matt
Smith and Bacon and Rojas all there.
Good job. They weren't fooled by the little reverse play, and I think they probably picked up a yard or two on the play.
And that was Clark here. I couldn't tell if that was like a forward pass or not. Or
I think it was a double handoff. I think he handed off one and he came back and handed off to the other.
Yeah. Second double handoff there. Second down. They'll give them 2 yards on it. And it's 2nd and 8 at the 41. They're going to send 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Handoff off the right side. Lambert to the 35-yard line.
Boy, Lambert is a good running back. He's very patient. He gets there. He looks for his hole. When he finds it, he accelerates. He's really a fast little running back.
It is a 3rd and 2 at the 35-yard line. Vero Nation trying to get the Indians in this game here. See if we can pull a defensive stand here. Lambert, left side. He's got the first down and more as he spins past one defender to the 20-yard line.
That's just not a very good job of tackling right there. And again, he makes it very hard to bring him down, but you've got to wrap him up and bring him down. That's another first down for them. It's a good drive going here.
1st and 10 at the Vero 20. 10 minutes, 48 seconds in the 3rd quarter to go. Another handoff. Lambert, right side. He will not go off that first tackle. He pushes his way to about the 18-yard line.
He's getting a good surge off by his offensive line. Everything he's getting now is hard-earned, but he's getting a good surge by his offensive line. Picks up about 2 or 3 yards there.
So a 2nd and 7 from the 17. Vero leading 13-7. Bulldogs are going to do a 4-receiver set. 3 left, 1 right. Pressure coming. Oh, good night. We just jumped right off sides.
That's an easy 5 yards right there. It was going to be a blitz by Campbell, and he just timed it wrong. Keyshawn knew he had it going. He timed it, and that would have been a blitz right there. That was going to either disrupt the run or the pass there. So now brings up 2nd and 2.
Makes it a 2nd and 2 at the 12. Handoff, Lambert right side, pushed, and he's at the 11-yard line. I'll give him about a yard gain. Or quarterback keeper, excuse me.
Yeah, that was the fake handoff to Lambert, and the Hunter kept the ball and picked up a yard on the play. Brings up 3rd.
3rd and 1.
This might be 2-down territory here.
I agree 100%. Ball, the nose of the ball almost touching the 10-yard line. Lambert hurdles right over. He'll get to the 9-yard line and a first down.
That's good. That's
1st and goal.
That's knowing where the first down marker is, and he knew what he had to do. He had to get that first down, and he got over there. He hurdled that one.
So that ball just on the other side of the 10-yard line. 8:52 and counting, 3rd quarter. Bulldogs with a 1st and goal from the 9. 2 backs in the backfield with Turner. Handoff, Lambert right side. Lambert pushing his way towards the 5. Now a flag comes in as we see one of the Bulldog helmets rolling around the ground.
But you cannot continue to block or if you don't have a helmet on.
True.
That's my call, but I don't know what the officials are going to call it. Once you lose your helmet, you must stop. You must stop. You cannot keep trying to run
So
we'll see what it is.
Yeah. I see the signal by the one official. I believe you got this one, GP.
It's got to be a 15-yard penalty, I think, because it's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yep, and they're marking it off. So this will go against Melbourne. Ooh, and now you're talking about 1st and goal back at the 21.
And that was put in several years ago for safety reasons. Once you lose your helmet, you got to disengage, and you cannot continue to play.
8:15 and counting, third quarter. 13-7 lead Vero Beach. First and goal for Melbourne from their own 20, from the 21. Toss left side. Good job as Dre Jacobs playing a little corner, dives in there, makes a tackle.
Yeah, picks up about a yard on that play. That's a good job.
Second and goal from the 20. That time that carry by Cohen. Only a yard gain. Clock continues to tick here. 7.5 to go in the third quarter. From the 20, second and goal. Bulldogs, and now Coach Kintai had to call a timeout because the play clock was at 4 and they were not ready. We'll step aside. Fighting Indians ahead, 13-7 here in the third.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
Jeremiah's Italian Ice loves our Vero Beach Fighting Indians. Jeremiah's offers over 40 flavors of Italian ice and 2 flavors of soft serve ice cream. The showcase of the menu is layering the 2 together for their gelati. Located off State Road 60 in the Marshalls Plaza, Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Live life to the coolest.
Back at the Citrus Bowl where it's a second and goal from the 20 for the Bulldogs, down by 6. Turner from the gun. Low snap, but he's looking to fire. Pressure coming, and he goes down. Kisney Brown.
Kisney does a stunt inside there with Montgomery, a little twist move, and they were able to get back and sack that quarterback, takes them back. Now, this is third and goal from a long way back now.
Yeah, that ball is a loss of 7, and it puts it at the 27-yard line. Third and goal. 6:50 and counting in the third quarter. Vero leads 13-7.
Good job by Kisney Brown on that play.
4 receiver pack for the Bulldogs. 3 on the right side. Turner looking to pass. Rolls out right. Pressure coming by Bacon, and he goes down. Big-time sack all the way back to the 37-yard line.
That was good coverage downfield. There was nobody open. That's one of those coverage sacks, they call it. When you cover everybody, that goes from first and goal from the 9-yard line now to 4th down, and they got to punt the ball here in this on this play.
All right, so Turner's going to drop back like he's going to punt. But you got Lambert, the up back. Line drive kick is going to take a few bounces. Oh, wow, and stopped right at the 5-yard line like it had backspin on it.
That ball was 5 yards high, and it had a lot of back. It was one of them ugly kicks that was beneficial.
All right, we'll take a water break. Vero Beach will come back and start from their own 5-yard line by leading by 6.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network, brought to you by Vatland Auto Group.
Welcome back to the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livings Field, Region 3 semifinal. Melbourne High School, Vero Beach High School, and Fighting Indians forced a punt. The ball will be on their own 5-yard line, and E.J. White, keeper, off the left side, gets to the 10-yard line on the first run of this drive. Picks up 5 yards.
That's a nice little run there. Comes in behind Paul Paris.
It looks like they'll put it at the 11-yard line, so a nice little 6-yard gain and make it 2nd and 4. Another keeper, another lane for EJ, and he's going to get to the 22, 23-yard line.
And a good hole right there. Nice hole by the left side of that line. They did a good job. Brian Hall was one of the left tackle. Paris at the left guard, and then Batchelor the center. They did a good job that time, giving him a hole to get through.
4:58, left in the third quarter. Vero Beach with a first down at their 23. White looking to throw this time. Pressure coming, and he gets in the blind side and a sack.
Somebody blew one right there. Let a man get around to the outside. There was no communication.
Corner blitz by Davis for Melbourne.
Yeah, whoever was on. That hurt right there. Now that one hurt.
Loss of 7. Ball back to the 16-yard line. Now flag. And that might be on the defense. We'll get 5 yards back and turn it into a 2nd and 12.
Well, they had a blitz and a stunt designed, and they just kind of jumped the gun on that one right there. Just a hair step too quick.
Quick score update. Treasure Coast now trailing Osceola late in the third quarter, 10-7. A little under 3 minutes to go in that ball game. Right now, Vero Beach holding on to a 6-point advantage, 13-7. 4 minutes to go, third quarter. Second down. White looking to throw. He's going to launch down the middle of the field, looking for Jacobson. He falls down. Actually, he was looking for Woolard. And feet got tangled up. No flags. It's a good call. And it's third down.
Yeah, that was a you're going to try to air it out a little bit and give Woolard a chance on a post pattern on that. Woolard tangled up his feet, and it wasn't even close, but I'm glad he threw it long, though.
Yeah.
Now it's third down. You've got to get 11 yards here on a play.
Yeah. On that drive by Melbourne, they ate up a good chunk of the third quarter here. You want to give your defense a little bit of a breather here right now. Clock stopped at 3:49 on the incomplete, and it's 3rd and 11. White, keeper, runs right into one of his own men who was trying to block. That was the running back, Hillsman. And not much going there now as you're looking at 4th down and 8, and here comes the punt unit.
Yeah, that right there. You got to be aware. Hillsman's got to help him out a little bit, but you've got to be aware, too, yourself.
Perez gets the snap. The punt is away. Pressure came, but wow, he boots another good one. Caught at the 38-yard line. So a good job by Cameron. Kind of flipped the field a little bit.
Yeah, that was a nice punt.
All right, so Melbourne's going to get the ball at their own 39-yard line. And a 38-yard punt by Perez. 3:13 to go, third quarter. 13-7 lead for Vero. All right, so need your defense to step up again. It's Turner, Lambert in the backfield. 3 receivers this time, 2 on the left, single on the right. They may be short a man. Play clock's at 3. They're not going to get this play. They're going to delay a game.
No, they got a timeout.
I got a timeout by Coach Kente. So that will take us to another timeout break here. 3:13 third quarter. It's a 13-7 lead for Vero.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Cap's Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Cap's offers Italian cuisine, including pizzas, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Cap's Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
3:13 to go, third quarter. Paul Tipton, Gary Paris, Ronnie, Matt down on the sidelines as it's the Region 3 semifinal match. And Melbourne with the ball again here in this third quarter for the second time. Handoff. Lambert bounces it out to the right side to the 45. Midfield and out of bounds. Picks up 12 on that carry. Another first down for Melbourne.
Yeah, good job blocking all the way. He bounces to the outside very well, as he got a good block out there by Vatava out on the, that's number 20. I don't know who number 20 is on their sheet, so I don't know who that is. But it was a good block.
It was a good block. To the Vero 49, 1st and 10. Cohen in motion, handoff, Lambert, right side. Picks up a couple, and then he's stopped. Bring up second down and probably 8. Well, they're only going to give him a yard gain, so 2nd and 9. Clock continues to roll here. 2.5 to go, third quarter. 13-7 lead for Vero.
And that was Hendricks that made that tackle that time for Vero Beach for about a yard gain.
Bulldogs will make their way to the line. Play clock's at 14 seconds. Again, they go with a 3-receiver set, 2 backs in the backfield with Turner. Play action. Turner steps up, fires downfield, has a receiver, and it got tipped. What a play as Cameron Perez just got enough on it to deflect it.
And Aiden Smith had a shot, but didn't. He was looking at to make the hit in case he did get it. So it was a good job by Perez to be able to tip that ball.
Third down, 9 yards to go for Melbourne. 1:51 left in the third quarter. And the Bulldogs down by 6 to the Indians. This time the Bulldogs will line up with a kind of a bunch on the right side with 3 receivers and a single to the left side. Hand off a reverse flea flicker type. Turner's going to let it fly, and it's intercepted by Jacobs. Playing corner out there.
Oh, my goodness. What an interception by Vondravius Jacobs as he just reached up and snagged that ball over the receiver. Wow, Paul.
Wow.
You're right. What a catch.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
How about the toe tap on the line there?
Yes, to get it inbounds.
Man. So, with Jacobs' interception, Vero Beach get an extra possession here with 1:42 left in the third quarter. Still ahead by 6. Ball at the 17. First down and 10. Whiteley. Handoff, right side, through the hole is Gene to the 40-yard line. There's Hillsman. Wow.
Wow, what a good run by Hillsman right up the middle that time. Jonathan Hillsman just exploded. Great job blocking by that offensive line. Oh, my goodness, what a good job over there by Chase Stevens and Benitez on that right side, along with Batchelor at center. Good job.
1:20 and counting, third quarter, and Hillsman gets him to the 40-yard line with that run. Play action. Whiteley, he's got time, looking, fires. He's looking for Woolard, and it just took too much time to get the ball there. Woolard was standing there for quite some time, wide open.
Yeah, that was just a good protection. Just took way too long to develop it. He lucky he didn't get it picked off on that play.
Second down. Indians will shift some personnel here. Woolard will come out. Jean's going to come in. Thomas as well. Second down and 10 at the 40. And a tight formation for Vero. Hillsman in motion. Little flick underneath, trying to get it to Jacobs, and Melbourne saw that one coming.
Jacobs took a hit, folks. Jacobs took a hit.
Great. Okay. Wow.
He's getting up. He's
kind
up.
of scared me there a little bit the way he laid there. I think he's just trying to give himself a moment to collect himself. I think he's more frustrated than anything. Lost 2 on that play.
Third down. You surely don't want to waste that turnover here and not get some better field position. Give yourself opportunity. Wow.
Looking at a 3rd and 12 from the 38. Taking a lot of time here, but the play clock only at 15 right now. 10 seconds on the play clock. Indians to the line. Whiteley gets the snap. Looking, pressure coming. He lost the ball. They're going to call that a fumble. Vero's going to get on top of it. Now Jacobs going to try to see if he can make a play here. Trying to get an angle, and will go out of bounds right around the 5-yard line. And Whiteley's still on the ground. Barnhill came in on the linebacker blitz. Whiteley never saw him.
Never saw him.
So with all the commotion going on, didn't realize there was a flag. I think it's going to be against us. So now Vero's going to have to punt the ball pretty much probably out of the end zone. Whiteley able to get up, and he's being helped off the field.
Vero has dug themselves a hole here in the second half.
Yeah,
they've been their own worst enemy in this second half. They've not had good field position. And I tell you, the blind shot, that was a blitz that time by Barnhill. And they did a good job of disguising that blitz.
Sure did.
And
Perez is going to have to stand about 8 yards deep into the end zone. Well, there's a timeout by Melbourne. Interesting.
Well, he didn't have his knee pads down far enough, so Melbourne got called for a timeout.
All right. Well, we'll step aside. We'll come back. We're looking at a punting situation for Vero.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system. Thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
Perez punts the ball away. It's caught at the 43-yard line, and a good tackle by Rojas to trip up the receiver on the return around the 35-yard line.
How about Perez's punt? That was a hanger up there.
Yeah, that was a good hanging punt by Perez, punting out of the end zone about 8 yards deep. So now Melbourne with great field position will start at the 36. And that will do the third quarter, fourth quarter. Wow. Only a 6-point lead for Vero. Melbourne seeming like they got some momentum on their side. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We got fourth quarter action coming your way. Vero leads 13-7. This is Fighting Indians football.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and fourth-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856, and their site is McCallAgencyInc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
So our apologies. Apparently the officials don't know how to keep time. They're supposed to take a good 60 seconds on a break here. They didn't do that, and they got a play in here. There's a little pass to the right side. Only about a 2-yard gain for Melbourne. As the clock now continues to tick here, 11 and a half to go in the fourth quarter. Vero hanging on to a 6-point lead, and the defense asked to step up one more time. Play action. Turner looking to fire. Has a receiver. It's caught. And Clark with the catch. Even though he took a shot from Perez, able to hang on to the ball.
Now, Clark's their leading receiver. He has 59 catches coming into this game. And that's a good hit right there. They had a lot of pressure on the quarterback. That's a well-thrown ball by Hunter on that play, on that pass.
Yeah, Turner able to fire, deliver. And Clark with a great catch puts the Bulldogs with a first down at the Vero 23. A bunch on the right side. Keeper by Lambert off the right side. The ball loose, and it goes out of bounds. Vero was trying to get on top of it. As you got Jacobs over there playing corner, and he almost got on top of it, but it goes out of bounds. So a break for Melbourne. And it looks like they're going to give him about a 3, almost 4-yard gain on the play.
That was a break for Vero because
For Melbourne,
because he had a big gain and it bounced back.
The ball at the 19-yard line. It'll be second and 6.
You just feel some momentum going their way right now.
Yeah, you do, Gary. They'll send 3 to the left side. Oh, all kinds of movement, and nobody snapped the ball. So 5 yards backwards. Turn it into a 2nd and 11. Ball goes to the 24-yard line.
You got to feel stupid when you're the only one not moving out there. Did I miss that count somewhere or what?
All right, Bulldogs looking at a 2nd and 11. Turner steps out of the pocket. Boy, it looked like a big hole there, no flag. And Turner will get to the 22-yard line. Well, I tell you, it looked like there was a big hole there on Montgomery and no flag.
They've had several of them that I thought they could have called against them. And
3rd down and 9. Clock at 10 minutes, 10 seconds. It's a 13-7 lead for Vero Beach, and Fighting Indian defense looking to see if they can hold. It's probably 2-down territory for the Bulldogs here. Turner on play action rolls out right. Looking downfield, he's going to keep it and run, and he's right around the 15-yard line.
And he's going to be short.
And Yeah, they're going to right about the 16-yard line where it'll be 4th and 2.
Yeah, he was looking downfield. He had a chance to run any time there because they were well covered downfield, and he was able to run and pick up about 6 yards on that play.
Turner coming into this game had rushed for 436 yards and 1 touchdown. He's had 4 games in which he's run for 100 yards.
This is a big play right here, Paul, needless to say.
4th and 2. Turner looking to fire. He's got a receiver, and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs.
I tell you what, Antoine Montgomery either tipped that ball or he altered that route with the pressure he put up the field right there. I thought he got his hand on it maybe, but whatever he did, he altered that route. It was a batted ball, I'm being told, from the sideline. That's what I saw, too. Good job, Antoine. Indians defense holds.
All right, now time for the offense to put together an extended drive here, starting from their own 16.
Boy, they just have not started in really good position.
E.J. White at quarterback. Oh, it looked like there was some movement there.
Yeah.
I think we got away with it. Play goes nowhere.
Yeah, we did. We got away with the running back kind of moved forward.
Yeah. We'll give them about a 2-yard gain. 2nd down and 8.
Whiteley, I don't know if he's okay or not. He took a shot.
He did take a shot. He was slow to get off the field. E.J. White is at quarterback right now. We'll send trips to the right side. Keeper by White. E.J. trying to turn it upfield. And we'll get to about the 23-yard line.
And there's a flag. Again, I believe there was motion on Vero Beach again.
The receivers were shifting around right before the snap.
Yeah. Those are the little things that hurt you.
Yep, and it's going to be on Vero.
Now you go from 3rd down and about 2 or 3 yards to get. And you go back to 2nd down.
Yeah, that probably probably be about 2nd and 12.
I don't see Whiteley next to coach or anywhere in his area. He may have.
Matt, what you got?
So, guys, he's right now just on the bench. He's just got a little shook up from that one hit that he took, so he's not expected to return right now.
E.J. Keeper on the left side is down the lane, and he will get to the 20, almost 25-yard line, I believe.
It's very close to a 1st down.
Well, the one official standing around the 23, it looks like. Yeah. So it's going to be 3rd down and we'll say a long 3.
If he's going to run, accelerate and run through some arms.
Twin receivers on either side. One receiver in motion. That is Wooler. Wooler turns it upfield. He's at the 35 to the 40. Out of bounds around the 45-yard line, and there's a flag for a horse collar.
Yeah, you can't grab the helmet, and he grabbed the back of the helmet. Any part of the helmet is a horse collar along with the shoulder pad behind it. So that's a 15-yard penalty.
Woolard a little shaken, too. So that'll move us into Melbourne territory. Woolard got 22 yards on that.
Is that one of Vero's players or one of theirs?
I think that's one of theirs.
Yeah. But he got his helmet. He wrapped his helmet around it and pulled his.
And that's not the first time we've seen that tonight either.
Yeah.
So that'll put it at the Bulldog 41. 8:20 to go, fourth quarter. 13-7 lead for Vero. They're moving the ball. That penalty puts us to the Bulldog 41. Trips to the left side. White, keeper. Working the left side. Not much going there. He'll pick up a yard or two.
You know, I think when he gets stronger and bigger, he's going to be tough.
Yeah, I agree.
Right now, it's like he's getting thrown around. This young man's going to be sore tomorrow.
Well, you know what helps make the pain go away?
A win.
You got it. I was going to say Advil, but second down and 8 from the 39. Most importantly, the clock continues to roll here at 7:35 and counting. White, he's looking to throw. Finds Jacobs. Looking for some blocks. Jacobs down the sideline. Turn it off the speed. Reservation to the house for 6. And a flag's going to come in for celebration. I don't care. Jacobs, 39 yards. End zone. Score it.
That's a little slip screen there that time. And he caught it. He got up the field. And he just, once he got by everybody, he was accelerating. Now, I don't agree with the call because he did it. You know, you can sell it.
Matt?
Guys, if that's Andre and sportsmanlike, that's 2. That means he would be ejected from the game.
Well, let's hope it's not. Let's hope they pick it up. I didn't think it's that. I think he thought he had a cramp.
Well, nothing's being said so far. The only thing I really have a problem with this, Gary, is that it's the moment. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's a big moment.
Yeah,
don't take it away
from the kids.
Yeah, he's not taunting anybody. So it will be against Vero
on the kickoff, not the extra point.
You're right. They'll tag it on the kickoff here. But I think they're going to go for 2 here, Gary.
Yes, they are.
White will shift some players around. They're going to go 4 on the left side, 1 on the right. Going to the end zone for Jacobs. Goes up. He caught it. But no, out of bounds. Wow. Well, I thought maybe he got his foot down. But they're going to say no. So it's 19-7. Vero Beach with the lead. 7:20 to go.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
So 84 yards, 5 plays. It's a 39-yard pass. Well, technically about a yard pass from E.J. White to Vondravius Jacobs. And then with some great blocks, he had a wall there and then found a lane, and Jacobs went to the house for 6.
These are the things that you got to clean your act up a little bit. Whoever got the unsportsmanlike conduct call after the touchdown, you don't need to do that. All it does is hurt your team.
Perez going to kick from the 25, squibs it. It runs right through one defender, and now it's picked up at the 35, but what a great coverage by Vero. Matt?
So on that last one, the 2-point conversion, Dre was trying to argue a little bit with the ref that was standing right there. As you watch the film on it, clearly his left foot comes down in. It was a good catch.
Yeah, I really thought he got his toe down, yeah.
Yeah, that's a couple things we wish we'd had instant replay in high school, but you don't.
All right, so they put it at the 38-yard line. Bulldogs trail 19-7. They've got 7 minutes, 15 seconds. Play action. Turner rolling out. He's got pressure coming. Has to just flip it out, and that's something we haven't seen a lot this year, but it is a new rule. Once you're outside the tackle box, you can throw it away.
I think that's great.
I do
think
too.
It's a great rule. I have been lobbying for that for 20-some-odd years, or 40 years maybe, because I've always felt it's protect the quarterback from getting hurt.
Absolutely. It's just interesting, Gary. We haven't seen it a lot this year.
Well, he's got to get it up to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And he did.
Second down and 10. The clock stops on the incomplete. Turner again looking to throw. Fires, and it's batted at the ball, and that is Kesney Brown, who is fired up.
And brings up third down. That was a great job by Kes in there.
So third down and 10.
It's a big down here for Melbourne, and it's an opportunity if we can get a sack.
So now, check this out, Gary. Vondravius Jacobs playing one corner, E.J. White playing the other corner.
Absolutely. You got your best athletes out on the field.
Third and 10. 7:03, fourth quarter. 19-7, Vero lead. Turner, pressure coming. It looked like a hold. Fires over, and it's caught for a first down by Melbourne. That is Clark.
That's a great job by the quarterback on that play, even though I agree with you. There looked like a hold call, and Turner was able to.
Wow. I mean, wow.
I mean, it's.
First down and 10. Into Vero territory at the 47. Pass play, right side. Nothing going. It's incomplete. Good coverage. He was looking for Santiago down the right side, and it goes incomplete. Second down and 10 now for Vero Beach.
There was a flag, and they're picking it up.
They're picking that one up. 6.5 to go, fourth quarter. 19-7 lead for Vero.
And needs to go back a yard, I think.
Yeah, it was. It's right on there. 47-yard line. That was it. Yeah. Vero looking like they may bring some pressure. It's coming. 4 Indians are chasing him down, and he will get caught.
He was down.
That is Campbell who chases him down. And Turner on the sack.
Yeah, he couldn't have got it to the line anyway.
How about Keyshawn Campbell turning on the Jets?
From one side to the other, all the way, chased him down.
Wow, what a play by Keyshawn Campbell. Loses 10 on the sack. Clock continues to tick as well as we hit 6 minutes to go, fourth quarter. And a 3rd and a mile for Melbourne. Bulldogs are going to line up with 4 receivers. Turner steps up, fires. He's got a receiver, Lambert, and that's going to go out of bounds. They had no chance of catching that one.
Yeah, that was a but I tell you what, it was a wheel route coming out by Lambert on that play.
Better throw by Turner, and that could have been
that could
huge.
have been a big play because the angle taken that time by EJ was a little wasn't a strong.
Right.
Yeah, it was the wrong angle to cover him on that play.
Clock will stop at 5:38, but it's fourth down. Bulldogs got to get at least 25. And timeout. Vero Beach is going to take a timeout real quick. We'll step aside. 5:38 left in the fourth quarter. Vero's up 19-7.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network. Brought to you by HBS Glass. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, you're listening and watching the 2022 FHSAA Football State Championship game on the Vero Nation Network. Paul Tipton, Gary Paris, Ronnie Self, Matt Paris, Derek West, Don Dexter here tonight for the Region 3 semifinal match at the Citrus Bowl. Melbourne High School, Vero Beach High School. Vero Beach leading 19-7, but a 4th and 25 now for the Melbourne Bulldogs. Turner looking to throw, has some time, lets it fly downfield. It's going to be overshot, and Dre had a chance at it, but he let it fall, which was the right thing.
That was the right thing. I was hoping, don't catch that. Don't catch that. Now we get the ball in excellent position and a chance to really put the game away. If he'd have intercepted that, I would have been so upset with him. He just gave them 50 or 40 yards.
I think we would have seen something that nobody's ever seen before. Gary go out and tackle one of the players.
Well, I would have been very disappointed and upset because you got the ball back at the 37-yard line going in. You get a score here, the game is over with. It's 2 scores now. You
and
add
truthfully,
that.
I think he realized that because he catches a lot of passes, and that one just went right off his hands he knew what he was doing. All right, Gary, so we've got 5.5 minutes to go here. Melbourne's got 1 timeout remaining. So really what we need probably is probably 2 first downs?
I think so. They got 1 timeout, like you said, and again, if they can get some first downs here.
So Vero's going to send a 4-receiver pack out here. 3 left, single right. Jaquan Jean in the backfield with E.J. White. Handoff is Jean. Jean bounces off the left, past the 45 to about the 46. A nice run by Jaquan Jean.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is like a down like that. You pick up 3 yards, make sure it's a good 3 yards, solid, and then you just work the clock now.
And it continues to tick here as we're working our way towards 5 minutes remaining. Play clock is at 17. We're inside 5 minutes to go, so we can just take our time, work our way up towards the line of scrimmage. Keeper, White. Boy, White's got to be careful how he handles that ball. He can't lose it.
Yeah, Barnhill came from the outside across there, made that. He's blitzing. That's what Barnhill's going to do. Now, right now, it's a tough decision here.
You got 3rd down.
You got 3rd down, and you got to get the first down. So even if you got to throw the ball. Some way, somehow,
I don't know,
you got to
Gary, maybe you can run on 3rd down and then see what you want to do for 4th.
I agree, but you got to get 7 yards here, or you got to get at least 6 yards if you can to go for 4th and 1.
So we'll see here as Vero's going to line up from their own from the 34. Keeper by White. White stays on his feet past the 30. He's going to be close. He's really close. So it makes it a 4th and short, if anything, Gary.
Yeah, it does. You get this first down, and this game will probably be, it could be over with.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. I think they want, I don't know if Vero's wanting a measurement. It's really close, but I think they're content to just kind of let this clock bleed out a little bit here. 10 seconds on the play clock. Coming up.
They're going to call timeout.
Yeah, they're going to let it go inside.
Yeah,
it'll be right at just inside 3 minutes to go left in the game. Take a timeout and then decide what we want to do here on 4th and 1. We'll be back.
Cap's Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Cap's offers Italian cuisine, including pizza, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Cap's Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
So we got 2 minutes, 59 seconds to go in the ball game. 19-7 lead. Vero's looking at a 4th and 1. They get a first down here. It's not quite over, but it's just about.
A first down will definitely put it over. Oh, you're talking about.
Well, I mean, Melbourne still got the one timeout. But,
yeah, they get the first down. It's pretty much over with.
Now, if Melbourne somehow makes a stand here, they're going to have to hurry up and score because, again,
they
only one timeout.
Scores. They got to get 2.
Yeah. Tight formation, White. Handoff right side, and Hillsman's got the first down and enough flag, and that's going to seal it right there. Another face mask.
Yeah, that was a great handoff, great run. I tell you what, Vero worked this fanny off to get this one.
They sure did. Clock will stop momentarily here at 2:53. They'll reset the chains here as they mark for the first down and also the penalty yardage. Six on that carry by Jonathan Hillsman. And again, Gary, think about this. 2 freshmen in the backfield like that in a playoff game on a 4S team.
In the semifinals of the
regional.
Semifinal,
yeah. I didn't think I'd ever see that.
It's great.
Hillsman and White in the backfield. Get used to that, folks. You'll probably see that in the next year or two quite a bit. Shuffle pass to Woolard. Got some blockers to the 10, close to the 5.
Little shuffle pass right there to Justin. Justin picks up about 4 yards maybe on it.
Good to see him back and he stayed in bounds and keeps that clock rolling.
That is it.
As
You're
we
right.
hit 2 minutes left in the ball game. So Vero Beach will have a 2nd and 5 coming their way. Ball's at the 7-yard line. Play clock is now down to 3. Got to get the snap off now. They're going to whistle that. Wow. They didn't even give them like the milliseconds on that one.
That hurts. I tell
It
you what it
does.
does.
I mean,
it hurts because you want to ice the game.
Sure.
It's already iced. Let me tell you,
Right.
we won. But
Right.
it's the mistakes you make that's what hurts. It should not have been that.
Agreed. So you got a minute 34 here on a 2nd down and 9. White going to keep it. Yeah, what a move. Cuts inside and will score the 9-yard run for touchdown. 11-yard run.
That was a great move. Did you see that move?
Does that ice the game?
That iced. The game was iced, but it just makes you feel better.
So how about E.J. White? 21 carries, 81 yards, 2 touchdowns. Lewis will get this one through the uprights.
Got to rough the kicker.
And it's a 26-7 lead. And another flag, as Gary said, will be roughing the kicker here against Melbourne. 1:28 to go. So, I guess now we can let the news out here. If you haven't checked it out online yourself, Osceola ended up winning the game against Treasure Coast 10-7. Vero Beach is going to win this game, so that means next week, Vero hosting Osceola for the regional final for Region 3.
Day after Thanksgiving.
The day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday. Right here at the Citrus Bowl.
It's been a while since we've been into the third round, hasn't it?
At least a couple, maybe 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to mark off the penalty. Vero's going to be able to kick on the other side of the 50-yard line. So Perez, I wonder if he can make a field goal from here.
Yeah, well, he has kicked the ball deep in the end zone before.
Let's see what he does here. This was high. It wasn't quite long enough, but man, I think it was going to be wide left. No matter what, now another flag comes in, and
they just went after the 44. He doesn't care. He's probably a senior.
The season is over with. Yeah.
He's been ejected most likely from the game. That's just not, that's unsportsmanlike conduct. Do stupid things like that. You just don't want to do it. That's not what you do. It's not how you play the game.
No. And Coach brought him out. He said something to him. So
you take a shot at a defenseless player, and you don't want to get people hurt.
Right. Yeah. That's not what the game's about. So that'll, probably, the game, I guess.
There was 2 flags.
Yeah, so the ball was going to be at the 20-yard line. I believe this is going to be somewhere around the 10-yard line, I think, when it's all said and done. Because the kickoff went into the end zone, so that'd be 20. If it's half the distance of the goal, it should be around the 10, I believe. Yeah. 1:28 to go.
Hey, listen, frustrations are hard. Sometimes you play your heart out.
Yeah.
And but you
I mean,
just,
these are still, these are still.
There's still a.
I mean, that young man, he's probably 17, 18 years old. I mean, you think about when you were that age. How do you respond? Quick pass to Santiago, right side. He's trying to break some tackles. We'll get to the 16, 17-yard line. He stayed in bounds, so that clock's going to continue to roll here.
Big win for Vero Beach tonight as they'll move to the finals of the regional against, as Paul said earlier, against Osceola.
Turner fires, looking for a receiver, finds Lambert. Lambert shakes one tackle. Boy, he is elusive. He gets to the 39-yard line. Clock will stop at 44 seconds to move the chains for first down. Picked up 22 on that catch.
He's almost as elusive as my good buddy Bigfoot.
Nobody's as elusive as that. Stick around for our postgame show. It's going to be entertaining for sure. 30 seconds to go. From Vero Beach, moving on to the region final. Turner fires. Looking for a receiver. Santiago catches it. And out of bounds around the 34-yard line, I believe.
That was a nice little wheel route.
Sure
he got
was.
it to him that time.
Picked up 28 on that.
Indians
Clock
defense.
stopped at 19 seconds, and the Indians have just dropped back a little bit here.
Let them have everything underneath. Just don't let anything get deep.
Turner from the gun, 5 wide. Steps up, fires. He's got a receiver in the area, and it's intercepted by Wesley.
Beautiful interception there. That was great. He read that one well. And the way to end it for Vero Beach on this game was an interception. All they have to do now is go to the, if it's the 20-yard line, it may be at the 2.
Yeah, so just take a dive forward and then game over. So in a night where we saw some injuries on both sides of this, both teams tonight dealing with injuries and whatnot, but Vero Beach able to overcome all these obstacles and will win this game tonight 26-7. And not sure Coach Jay's now on the field. I don't know.
I think what Coach Jay's arguing is that
he
the
went
momentum
into
carried
the end
him
zone.
into the end zone.
Agreed.
He didn't have control of it till he got into the end zone. But, again, there is no review. I mean.
Yeah. And I haven't really seen an argument work in favor of the coaches at all. All right, so one play. This game is in the books. Melbourne's season will come to an end, and Vero's season continues for one more week. Vero just wants to get shifted around and make sure everybody's in the right place. Waiting for the whistle from the official so they can get started here. There it is. And one knee, and that will do it. Clock should have clock started there. Vero Beach will now move to the region final with the win tonight, 26-7, improves to 11-1 on the season. The Roy Bell Grading Services postgame show is up next. This is Fighting Indians football.
Thanks to Roy Bell Grading Services for sponsoring Fighting Indians football and the Fighting Indians post-game show. Roy Bell Grading Services is locally owned and operated, providing services to this area for over 37 years. Roy Bell Grading Services offers services such as land clearing, grading, laser grading, and complete site work.
Hi, my name is Chase Bell. My family and I support Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. Go Indians!
No job too small or too big. Roy Bell Grading Services. We roll the earth. 772-473-4559.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and fourth-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856. And their site is McCallAgencyInc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
Welcome to the Fighting Indians postgame show presented by Roy Bell Grading Services.
How about that, folks? Vero Beach gets a win tonight, 26-7. And they move on to the region final where they will take on Kissimmee Osceola. That game will be played here The day after Thanksgiving, Friday night, 7:30 kickoff here at Billy Living's Field. And boy, oh boy, what an exciting game. We knew it was going to be a dogfight, and then in the end, Vero just kind of pulled away, Gary.
Yeah, it was a game that at halftime there really wasn't the winner. There was no winner really determined at halftime.
Right.
Vero was up 13-7.
Right.
But you felt like Melbourne had the ball to start and they had excellent field position, Paul. And Vero's defense just kept coming through and coming through and coming through. And once we got that third score, I felt like that was the opportunity right there. It was going to be tough then for them to play catch up and get them back into this game.
All right, well, with that, we got a chance to go down to the field. Ronnie Self is standing by with Coach Willis.
Coach Willis, hard-fought ball game tonight, and Vero comes out victorious.
Yes, sir, it was. Coming into the week, we know they were hard-fought guys. We had a game plan for them. We came out, we played hard, and we came out on the upper end.
We did, and we went in halftime with the lead, but it was only 6 points, and Vero came out and our makeshift line did a pretty good job tonight.
Yes, sir. After losing Dalton Jordan, the heartbeat of the offensive line, guys came together and played some other positions tonight, worked hard in practice this week and executed a plan. Offensively, they did a very good job. But, man, got to give a hats off to that defense, holding that offense to 7 points. That was awesome.
Our defense has been pretty stout all year long for us and giving us good field position at times, as they did tonight, gave us some good field positions at times, and we were able to capitalize a couple times there.
Yes, sir, we was able to capitalize. Just keep grinding. We popped one. Man, that number one is a phenomenal player, man. But it's just good to see him out there on the field, and those kids just keep fighting hard every single day.
Yeah, that number one, he made a couple pretty good plays on both sides of the ball tonight, touchdown and an interception.
Yes, sir, he's a phenomenal player.
He is. Coaches, we know who we're going to play next week here at home again against Osceola, and that'll be another hard-fought ball game.
Yes, sir. We played them 2 years ago. We know they got a really good defensive line. We're going to get at it on Sunday, starting to scout them and trying to figure out what we're going to do. But I know the kids are going to work hard and give a hard-fought effort next week.
Coach, we want to congratulate you on a great victory tonight. Congratulations on getting the boys ready, and congratulations on the way the boys played tonight.
Thank you, and Vero Nation, happy Thanksgiving.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's Coach Willis there, and happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Turkey's going to taste a little better this year.
Yeah, he should be excited. He should be proud. Again, without Dalton, the team was able to rally, did a good job, and they be interesting to see the stats when Don gets them to you because of we really executed well offensively.
Gary, looking at that second half, so at halftime it was 13-7 in favor of Vero Beach, and then we come out, we forced Melbourne. They had a good drive. They had about a 9-play drive, but then they punt the ball away. We come back out. We only get about 5 plays in before we punt the ball away. Then we get an interception by Dre. We thinking, oh, great, but we ended up punting that ball away on that next drive. Turnover on downs for Melbourne, then we score. And then that's when we really felt like things were starting to move our way.
Yeah, when we took the lead 19 to 7,
mm-hmm.
I felt like the game had turned over, and I didn't think they could get 2 scores on us.
Yeah, and it turned out to be the case. All right, let's go back down to the field. Matt Paris is standing by with our Scott Sporting Goods players of the game.
I certainly am, guys. We're going to go defense first. Kesney Brown, nose tackle. Kesney, when you look up there, Melbourne's averaging 20-something points a game, and you see the 7. How special is that?
Oh, it's really special. It just showed that everything we do, from the weight room to the field to watching film, just all the hard work, all the hours, all the time we put in to just trying to be a great organization, a great team, it just all come together.
Certainly does. One of the things Coach stressed right before we came out in the second half was not just to be dominant, but to be a team player. And the defense, really, every person stepped up.
Yes, sir, most definitely. In practice all the time, we own each other hard. We're harder than anybody else, really, just because we know we're all capable of. So we just push each other to be real hard, play together, be a family, and we are brothers. So it all come together.
Certainly did. We saw Melbourne there getting a little chippy, just some of the guys. What were you saying to the players to keep them calm?
Really just trying to be a good leader and a good role model. Myself, I talk a little bit too, but, when it's time to play football, we got to keep it in between the plays and just let our play do the talking.
You certainly did, and What was going on in that second half that just fired you guys up so much? They had such good field position, but you shut them down.
It's just once we came out that locker room, we knew that we were playing okay, and we knew we weren't playing the best that we could and to our full ability. So once we came out halftime, we knew we had to be fired up and come out and just step on them. And like Coach Teddy said, we had to kill a mosquito with an axe.
That's right. Now, it looks like you guys are going to get Osceola. They beat Treasure Coast. And so now, obviously, you guys are going to be off. What do you say to your defense to just keep them focused?
We're going to be working hard every day. Nothing going to change. We're still going to be grinding. We're ready for any and all competition. Whoever come, it's our house.
That's right. Congratulations, Kesney, for being our defensive player of the game.
Yes, sir.
All right, also down here with Dre Jacobs. Dre, you're our offense. You could be our defense. You did a little bit of everything. What were you saying to the guys when the offense was sputtering a little bit and you guys just found a way to make a statement drive? What were you saying to the guys in the huddle and on the field?
I was just telling them take it one play at a time, have a short memory. Just go one play at a time like Coach J always tell us. Get max extra for 4 to 6 seconds, and we're going to get it together. We just had to take it bit by bit. I know we had a couple good plays. We had a couple good drives that sputtered out, do the flags and stuff. I just told them, keep on focus, and we're going to get it in. You certainly did. And how about the two quarterbacks? Tyler goes down, and you have, whether it's Jake Whiteley or EJ, and how about EJ there at the end? Yes, sir. EJ is a amazing player. Him and Jake got two different play styles. EJ more of a mobile, Jake more of a pocket passer, but they're both great at what they do, and with their ability, they're great with it. So it's a win-win for me no matter which one's in. If EJ's in, I know I can trust him to give me a pass. If Jake's in, I know I can trust him to give me a pass. He certainly can. Run us through that touchdown. Somehow, some way, you broke through. Yes, sir. So Coach had called a little screen to me. I was okay itching for the ball that drive. I feel like he kind of sensed it a little bit. He gave it to me. I had great blocking by my O-line. I just set up the blocks real good, seen the hole, and hit. You certainly did. And then you guys go for two, and it looks like on film you were in. I was definitely in. I don't know what the ref was looking at or what, but I was definitely in. But it's all right. We still come out with the win. You certainly did. And you know what? When it's said and done, I was talking to Kesney about this. You saw some chippiness there, but you guys were able to keep your cool. Yes, sir. I already got one personal flag earlier. The coach was telling me just keep my cool. If I get one more, I wouldn't be able to play the next game. So I just thought about that the whole time. My teammates need me for next week. I just, was the bigger man, let them say what they had to say, and just get the game over with. That's right. I did hear some of the players saying, hey, have a nice turkey. We'll still be playing. Yes, sir. That's what it's all about. Helmet to the right, pass to the left, bye-bye. That's right. Well, Dre, thank you, and congratulations for being our Scott Sporting Goods Offensive Player of the Game. Thank you. All right, back to you guys.
I love it. I love it.
What was that saying he just said? I liked it.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you could repeat that, but yeah, that was a good one. I love it. Yeah. Anyway, I think the bottom line was
goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm at the end zone.
Yes.
See you later.
Yes,
that's the bottom line on that. All right, Vero Beach gets the win in the region semifinal. They earn the right to move on to the region final. We got more coming your way. The Roy Bell Grading Services postgame show continues right after this.
Thanks to Roy Bell Grading Services for sponsoring Fighting Indians football and the Fighting Indians post-game show. Roy Bell Grading Services is locally owned and operated, providing services to this area for over 37 years. Roy Bell Grading Services offers services such as land clearing, grading, laser grading, and complete site work.
Hi, my name is Chase Bell. My family and I support Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. Go Indians!
No job too small or too big. Roy Bell Grading Services. We roll the earth. 772-473-4559.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884. The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Welcome to the Fighting Indians postgame show, presented by Roy Bell Grading Services.
Welcome back. Vero Beach gets the win 26-7 over Melbourne. So that moves them to the next round, the third round. That is the region final. So with that said, let's take a look at the playoff brackets and show you how things shaped up. Of course, Vero Beach won its game 26-7. In the other bracket in our Region 3, that is Treasure Coast and Osceola. Osceola won late in the fourth quarter with a touchdown to make it 10-7, and that was the final. Region 1, you've got Bartram Trail, who won tonight 42-15. They move on, and they'll be facing Buckholz, which is going to be they won 54-27. So that's going to be a good game coming this Friday night. For them. Region 2, you have Lakeland and Lake Minneola moving on. That should be a real barn burner as well. And then Venice took care of business tonight. They beat Lehigh 39-0. And Riverview Sarasota has been kind of like a little bit of a Cinderella story here in this bracket. The 7th seed is going to move on to the region final to take on Venice. So good luck. It's going to be a good one. So there you go. It's whittling down now with 16 teams tonight. It'll be 8 teams on Friday night. And Vero Beach is one of them, Gary, with their win tonight over Melbourne.
Yeah, big game tonight for the Indians. They came through really well. Their defense is solid. The offense had some hiccups. They had a few mistakes. They had you got 2 young quarterbacks that you're trying to fit into a system. And I thought Coach Jankowski did a great job of mixing them both up, getting them the chance to play. Then when Whiteley got knocked out on a blitz, then that put it all on number 11's back, and he did a good job. He stepped up for a freshman. And then when your number 2, Quincy, went out, how about Hillsman stepping in and doing a great job of making up for that?
Yeah, again, it's just still kind of blowing my mind that at certain points in this game, we had 2 freshmen in the backfield, a quarterback and a running back. Interesting. I mean, that's you just don't ever see that too often where you're going to have freshmen. I mean, maybe 1, but 2.
I tell you what makes this team a solid team is number 1 can play both sides of the ball, and he showed that tonight. Number 11 can play both sides of the ball, and he did that tonight. Yep. They did it well, and you saw Campbell and you saw Pollock and you saw Rojas, those guys, those linebackers. That's a great job. And Brown, Bacon, all those guys up front, Montgomery, they did a great job.
They
Paul.
Sure did. Now, Gary, in our pregame show, you were looking at some of the numbers between these 2 teams, and they were fairly close in each other. Well, guess what? Tonight, no different. Tonight, Melbourne finishes with 275 yards of offense. Vero finishes with 310. So
that's
not bad. Pretty close there. So you've got those numbers. Break it down a little bit. On the ground tonight, Melbourne had 75 yards, which is good because they had a 1,000-yard runner, and then you got your quarterback who's a dual threat with having 4 games of being 100-yard games. That's pretty good. We said that was probably going to be one of the biggest keys for Vero's defense.
Exactly.
And 75 yards total. That's not bad at all. Lambert finishes 13 carries, 88 yards, and a score. Turner threw the air tonight, got 200 yards. He was 15 of 27. Clark had 6 catches, 52 yards. Santiago had 7 for 117 yards. And those were the 2 big receivers coming in, and they were still the 2 big receivers going out. So there you go. They had a total of 12 first downs on the night, 2 turnovers, and 10 penalties on the night. So, those were the things that really hurt their team and their chances of winning this game tonight. For Vero Beach, as I said, a total of 310 yards of offense. It breaks down 138 on the ground. Rogers, 5 carries, 35 yards, did not play at all in the second half at all. White, 21 carries, 81 yards, 2 scores. And there's really your biggest difference probably in this game. Through the air tonight, 172 yards. White was 5 of 9 for 76 yards. Whiteley was 7 of 14 for 96 yards. So there you go. Both of them had touchdown throws. Jacobs tonight, 6 catches, 102 yards, and a score. Woolard had 4 for 43. Rogers 1 for 7 and a score. Hillsman 1 for 4. And Thomas 1 for 14. Boy, that was a big catch when he caught that one, too. 11 first downs on the night. We had 7 penalties. Hey, a little improvement there. I like it.
Yeah,
All right. 7 penalties on the night. So there'll be something you can talk about with Coach Jay on the Coaches Show on Tuesday night about the improvement in the penalty department.
Well, I tell you what I'm proud of. I'm proud of the way our defense have played, Paul, and you got some stats right there for our defense.
Yeah, Bucky Rojas, 6 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss. Kesney Brown, 6 tackles with a sack. And, always how about the tip pass by Cameron Perez?
Yeah.
That was a big play.
How about Montgomery tipping the ball?
And Brown.
Yep.
All of those guys. And then, of course, predictions for, Derek's a big Clemson fan. Everybody knows I'm a Miami fan, and they're playing tomorrow. And he says 65-3. I think he undersold that one.
65-3.
Yeah.
Whoa, that hurts.
I think he undersold that one.
Wow.
I really think it's probably going to be more like about, 75, maybe 80 to 0.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you gave us 3 points, that's generous. I really appreciate that. So, all right, GP, that means Vero moves on to the next round. They got to play Osceola. It's going to be a run-dominated offense that we're going to see once again.
Yeah, and again, this defense tonight set the tone for Vero Beach. Our defense got us out of trouble, set us up in the opportunities, and they did a good job of allowing us to be able to find our offense. Once we got into finding our offense and getting some points on the board, then we got that second touchdown. Again, the defense helped us tremendously. The third quarter, I don't even know if we ever made it across our side of the field, it seemed like. That was just a tough quarter for us.
Yep.
We were pinned back all the time, and finally in the fourth quarter we put this thing away, and it was a great game, great win for Vero Beach. Congratulations to Melbourne on a great season. Yep. And, this is but we're back home again next week, and that's it's been a few years since we've been to the third round. So let's enjoy that.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. That'll be next Friday night. 7:30 will be the kickoff. It's Osceola coming here to the Citrus Bowl. You can get your tickets by going to gofan.co. That's where you can find your tickets. There's no reserve seating, so go ahead and get your tickets. And then it's first come, first serve as far as seating goes. It's more like general admission. So looking forward to it. We'll have our Coach's Corner show coming up on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. If you can't join us there at Caps, you can always watch us on our YouTube channel here at Vero Nation Network. Our executive producer is John Hamilton. Our director and field engineer, Kevin Boslaw. Our studio engineer was Jacqueline Tipton. Video director, Jay Kendall. Director assistant is Devin Ingram. Cameras were Kenneth Loans and Ian Salvatore. Stats tonight by Don Dexter and Derek West. Interviews with Bobby Paris and Matt Paris. Sidelines, Ronnie Self and Matt Paris. And my analyst tonight was Gary Paris. I'm Paul Tipton. We got you next week, Friday night here at the Citrus Bowl. Kickoff at 7:30. Our coverage will begin at 6 p.m. with countdown to kickoff. Love to have you there. Thanks, Vero Nation, for joining us tonight. And as always, go Indians.